Hello, everybody, and welcome to the first day of the PCS North America Regional Playoffs. I am Porosaurus, and we will be bringing you all the action today. I'm not doing it alone, though. I've got a friend, and a friend indeed, in Hypoc, who will be joining me here today to bring you all 6 matches on the slate. How you doing, my man?
I'm doing good. I'm ready to get things going here today.
I'm ready to get things going as well. Well, I know you guys are all ready to get things going, so we're going to get through this as fast as possible, get you back into the game. But we do have a few things to talk about first. Let's talk about the format. I love talking about the format, Hypoc. Well, we had those open qualifiers, all 3 rounds leading to where we are now. After these 3 days of play, the top 6 will be going on to the grand final. Now, it's not over for teams that finish below that, as we do have that LCQ, that last chance qualifier that will be going on for 2 days next weekend. So that is nobody wants to be in that spot, though. Nobody really wants to be in the LCQ. You try to punch your ticket to the grand final as quickly as you can, right?
I mean, it's 4 advancing from the LCQ, so it's a tight margin for sure.
It's tough. It's tough, and you also got to take into account you're going to be playing with the top teams from that Latin American region as well. Here you go. Our day 1 is today, Group A versus B, and then tomorrow will be B and C, and we'll wrap things up with A and C on Sunday. As you can see, 6 matches per day. And again, top 6 teams will be going on to those grand finals. Let's take a look at the prizing, what these guys are fighting for in terms of that cold, hard cash money. $4 going to the top spot, $25,000 total prize pool overall, as well as the bonus prize pools. You can see the little bounties there for the highest kills, highest assists, highest damage, and $250 to the team with the most chicken dinners. Always fun to see a little extra cash in your pocket. Obviously, Hypoc, though, all eyes got to be on making that grand final.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's a chunk of change to take away from the regional playoffs, but everybody will be having their sights set on qualification nonetheless.
For sure. Well, let's take a look at the teams that we will have playing here today. Again, 3 groups. Today is going to be groups A and B, and you can see some pretty heavy hitters in that lobby.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you could argue almost A and B slightly stacked more so in terms of one of the obviously the rotating lobby format that we have here. I mean, a United SDK need no introductions, but some familiar faces rearing their heads once again. It's interesting to see the wildcard gaming logo back in here, Poro.
It sure is. It sure is. We missed seeing those guys the early part of this year, but if you remember, same group of guys, I think pretty much the same group of guys that we saw last year's Raven, T-Sock, all that gang. But I know you had your eyes on one team in particular that you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, it was the gas cans, funnily enough. I mean, with recent performances here, I mean, these guys, they've obviously got the OCE buff, right? Waikiki coming into this and looking fairly explosive. I think slotting right into, I guess, stylistically, how the gas cans want to play. It's looked really good for them, Poro.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think everybody was waiting to see what Waikiki would do. If anything, it's definitely opened up Nikos more. Nikos absolutely popped off during the ESL Masters. Now, fell a little bit shy of where the expectations might have been for that team, but definitely good signs, and looking forward to seeing how they put things together here in PCS6. Well, I have my eyes on a very specific team as well, and that is, I mean, it had to be the Sonics.
Shocking.
Didn't it? I mean, you know, Sonics obviously played outstanding during the ESL 1, but they finished in 3rd, led everybody in terms of total kill count, which was, I think, kind of a shining example of what to really expect from this team. Like, they're ready to go as far as the format change goes and trying to get back into kill points. They just had a little bit of trouble finding the late game during those grand finals. You know, but I expect to see that ship righted here in PCS6.
Yeah, I think in terms of the diligence, that was probably the biggest concern, right? There was, I mean, many a game where they were losing 1 early and they weren't really able to you know, output as much damage, as much pressure, remain active through a lot of the games. So that's definitely something I want to see them clean up. But I think towards the end of at least ESL Masters, certainly things looked a lot better, right? It was the start that was very concerning.
Yeah, I mean, and if nothing else, I mean, look, it's been 3 tournaments now, hasn't it? That we've seen United, formerly Oath, that have won, and now Sonics. I mean, that's 3 in a row that they've been performing really well, but they've fallen just a little bit short of that grand prize there. But same could be said about STK. Same could be said for a number of teams. Well, let's take a look at the maps. What you're going to see here today, will be starting off with 3 on Erangel before switching over to those final 3 games on Miramar.
Eam.
I love it. Okay, so when you play, did you like starting on Erangel, or do you like wrapping things up on Erangel? Which do you think is better?
I mean, we were always an Erangel team, so I always liked ending a day on Erangel, but obviously we do tend to end the series on Erangel, so that's kind of the bonus, right?
Sure.
For lots of teams, they're gonna like starting on the home map, right? What's hailed as the home map. So if there are any kind of confidence boosters to find them in the first 3, you can carry that across the Miramar.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I will say that ESL provided some really difficult Erangels for a lot of teams. I mean, we had some.
I mean, they were no better on Miramar. I'll say that much.
No, they really weren't. But it's weird to kind of say that it felt like plane pathing. Of all things, had such a big impact on how some of these Erangel games played out. I mean, the planes were just hugging the coasts, either east or far south.
Yeah,
and it was just cutting off like large swaths of the map.
I seem to recall talking a lot about SDK, but we're taking a while for SDK to even find their home in South George, right? Off at least not a stretch in a vehicle drop, at least. So hopefully that's behind us now. I can't believe I've just said that, because it's obvious it's not going to be now.
No, now we're done. Okay, we're going to put you on blast now. Do you think United goes 4 in a row?
Oof. We're calling it this early? Really? Are we counting the regional playoffs as a lobby?
We're putting the cards on the table, like right now. Right now, I want to know. United go 4 in a row? Yes?
I can see it. I can see
nasty, it. Man.
Yeah, he's been a great addition to that roster, honestly. And I think, much as the same way we're talking about gas cans, I think stylistically he slots into exactly how United are going to want to approach the. We can still say new format, right? At least this change now into going back towards a much kill heavier format, but I think that's really going to buff out United's kind of salvage games. And I mean, we already saw that what they're able to do with some lobbies. It was the 23 kill win that they were able to pick up. That's definitely a big tick in the box, an early indicator for success.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of looking back through my stats here in terms of total kills. United was still top 4. I mean, Sonic, we already mentioned, was at the top of that ESL lobby, but United in 4th. I mean, top 5 in kills, and then the fact that they were still able to get 5 wins, I think it was at the end as well. So I mean, they're finding late game, they're finding kills, they're doing everything that they need to do. The thing's running on all cylinders right now. What is it going to take for somebody to really kind of step up and kind of dethrone United at this point?
I mean, dare I say it takes a team like Sonics to return to former form. And that's asking a lot. There wasn't really traditionally, even if you look at last year with the way that Oath played, the way with SDK formerly played, there weren't many other kind of point sponge teams, right? And that was where Sonics were able to really run away with it.
Well, we are getting ready to get into that first game. We're getting everybody loaded into the lobby. But before we do, we have a guest appearance. What? From Toffees. Toffees, take it away.
Hey everybody, we are double dipping on Crafton IPs today. While Poro and Hypack are handling all the action here at Battlegrounds, Cameron, Godspeed, Mustache Dave, and myself are kicking off week 2 of the New State Mobile Mashup Open Qualifiers. Throw us up on your second monitor, your phone, whatever you want, so that you can keep tabs on all the action happening this weekend.
Well, thank you, Toffees. Now, you guys can watch for sure, but everybody knows it's better to play, right? It's better to play. Every week, the New State Mobile Matchup is offering $15,000 in prize money and 4 qualification slots for the grand final, where teams will compete for their share of a $200,000 prize pool. That's a lot of money, guys. So make sure you get your team together. Go sign up and play at play.eslgaming.com/New State Mobile. get in there and show them what your thumbs can do. And in that new state, and that new state games, you know, we're kind of doing double duty here as Toffees is doing. It's fun. I'm really hoping that we see some of the mechanics that they get are really really interesting and exciting to watch.
Profound of you to say. Yeah, it does look like a lot of fun.
It's what I deal in profanity. Profundity? Maybe both. I don't know. A little bit of both.
Indubitably.
Indubitably. Well, make sure you go and sign up your team now. But as we said, we are getting everybody into the game. So, Hypoc, first game in. What are you looking to say? I mean, this is, I hate doing this, it's super vague, but
you're still going to do it, right?
I'm still going to do it anyway.
Okay.
I'm going to back it up as well. And I'm going to join in on it. Is there anything in particular that you're looking to see, maybe from our open qualifier teams?
I guess it's just fair to say I've got my eyes open, right? There were a couple of teams that certainly, I don't want to say overperformed, but now where obviously the standard is increased a little bit. Really, I mean, whether or not they can replicate that consistency, that's always the big question when we have an open qualifiers leading to call them the big dogs or the main lobby, however you want to look at it here. Obviously, I mean, it's tight. Even we were talking about the LCQ's only 4 spots. It's still pretty tight to make it through from here. So it's going to need somebody to really, really step up here and carry across that success.
Yeah, there's always going to be that big shock factor coming from that open qualifier lobby to this regional qualifier lobby, where it is definitely a lot more heavy hitters in here, not going to be able to roll. Now, that being said, we did see 4 funners kind of run away with things in terms of the open qualifier. So 135 total points. They came in first place. Dynamic was in second. 85 kills, 3 chicken dinners for 4 funners. So we're really interested to see, not even if they could replicate that performance, because obviously it's going to be a lot more difficult, but how much of a problem they're going to be for some of these other more seasoned teams, or the teams that didn't have to go through the OQ.
It's interesting, right? Because there's potential for some of these teams to really be a curveball in this lobby now, right? If they can carry across some of that confidence, they can almost kind of thrive in that anomaly factor. Again, we have the same thing. It's where this group stage, this rotating group stage format comes through. There's always that chance of, I guess, a mix-up, right? Somebody kind of leaning into how choreographed some things can be in the tier 1 lobby, at least. Particularly when scrims, right? This is where we kind of lean back on those scrim bucks of teams that are able to perform well there, but don't necessarily have a home here, right? There's a big factor to consider is kind of drop spot overlaps.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're one of those teams, people that are interested in scrim results, and you put a lot of value on scrim bots. Yeah, I'm just kind of going back. I'm looking at recent scrim results. You saw Sonic's kind of coming in hot after a good performance last night, but Dodge has been pretty consistently decent here in scrims lately. So I'm kind of keeping one eye on them. I mean, we saw Cherry kind of having a lot of success. Ethan was a big story from ESL. The performance Ethan was able to put through. So definitely something to keep an eye on.
Certainly is. We do have a little bit of an overlap down on Sosnovka, actually. We've got Train to Go. And my favorite name in PUBG, Durgan.
Durgan.
You know, it's one of the few times I always miss Froz, man. I just miss Froz whenever I see the name Durgan.
We always, I mean, look, Froz has a way of waltzing around the English language that not many of us can replicate or even hope to even give a reasonable facsimile of. But we'll see. So these are 2 open qualifier teams trying to go in Durgan, and both kind of not a lot of names maybe that we might be familiar. Now I see a couple of names I've seen before, but it's been a while, man. I feel like who was that? Cater?
Cater's floated about on a couple of I guess tier 2 teams, but certainly dipped his toes into the big lobbies. Actually seen Circle 1 posting pretty much centering just off from the West Bridge here. So an interesting one to start things off. This is, I mean, dare you say, this one leans slightly in favor of Sosnovka, at least with Circle 1.
Yeah. Definitely looking like it. and even still, you got 4 teams dropping over there on mill. Oh, Shirky. That's not how you want to start things off. We'll see.
Second vehicle knock, by the way. We're barely 3 minutes in.
It's pre-game jitters, man. It's a game 1 jitters is what we'll call it. But there you go. Gas Cans, team that you were kind of keeping your eye on, already making a transition or a rotation over here. Adam had probably one of the most pop-off late year performances last year. Now, through the first one, I'm waiting to see what Adam can do now with this addition of Waikika Mukau, but it's been a little bit of a slow start.
You could say that. I think it looked particularly good, to be honest with you.
No. I mean, like I said, it wasn't terrible. I'm just saying, like, the performance that he was putting in at the end of last year was nuts. I mean, Adam was putting up numbers for a guy that's been around.
I'll let you have that one then.
A long time, and it might have something to do with the fact that maybe Waikika Mukau and Nikos are here. They're just not really opening things up.
Is Civ pulling up on this?
Civ pulling up, and Badger was the one taking the Car 98 shots. They know he's here. It looks like the rest of the boys are going to arrive here for Spicy Fish. No love lost between Honey Badger and these Spicy Fish boys, and Uncivil will be the one to get the first knock and the first kill. Honey Badger down.
Almost seemingly unaware of the possibility Civ's pushed all the way up. Colton actually has closed the gap here, trying to reinforce Honey Badger, but it's a little too late here. Now finds himself very isolated.
Sure is. We see somebody creeping up there on the right. It's going to be Gats. Remember, Built by Gamers. We're playing with a sub for ESL, and Colton going to start things off nicely. Gets that knock onto Pat Caps. He does have the support of Gats creeping up on that coastline, and you can see that Vegas
There's no more ammo, though.
Starting to make his way down there. But yeah, you bring up a great point. Colton got really nothing left in the mag, as he's just going to throw some utility down and wait for the rest of the team to get here and provide him some support. Actually, flushes that.
Yeah, it does find the flush with the throwable there. Siler's now tucked inside Grandma's house. Icy Flex very disconnected from this. So actually with that trade back onto Pat Caps, it almost makes it a little awkward here for Spicy Fish to remain the aggressors.
The one good thing they've got going for them is that they do have all this hard cover to work around. They are already in circle, so they've got plenty of time to kind of play this out. Although Dodge now creeping up on the coastline here as well. You can see Icy Flex kind of keeping an eye over here in this direction. No shots coming through just yet, but Hikerman's already made landfall.
Here, this is basically a dead fight, right? Nobody really gains too much off this, so expecting one of these teams to make a move. Problem being, with Silas committing to the building with Pat Caps, that cross back towards at least the water edge. Very, very precarious.
Looks like most of the utilities burned out here in terms of smokes and everything. Colton, only 30 rounds in the chamber. He's going to come in, and Silers rats him out. Nicely done from Silers. We'll pick up Colton. Now Gats. It looks like actually Vegas has been spotted out on the high ground. Gats still creeping along on this coastline, but that's a real dangerous spot to be playing right now when everybody's making these rotations in.
Indeed. Gats, if he moves any further here, he could potentially cut off this path for Silas to regroup, but Vegas still a million miles away from this. I want to see him really get too overzealous to prevent that. I mean, at this point, you've lost 2, right? Just go for some kills if you can, get a consolation.
Yeah. Trying to survive. Well, here's that United squad trying to make their rotation. And there you go. This is what we were worried about, Gats.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Getting spotted out from Sharkfin. Yo-ho. Just sending shots down range. That's going to force Gats to pull back in. Vegas going to try to give some return fire to at least cover for the boy here a little bit. And looks like he should make it through. Yep. Okay. Safe for the time being. But yeah, I mean, as you mentioned now, BBG down to 2 and would love to keep it that way as they try to make it forward a little bit more throughout this game. Vegas taking some damage there, though.
Yeah, and meanwhile, actually saw in the kill feed, Icy Flex finds a kill onto Dodge. So we did see, obviously, that boat rotation coming through. Durg and Shirky looking to get a little active towards Dodge as well. No real respite just yet for Dodge. They need to find a breathing space right now.
Not at all. The north coast of Military Island is just a slaughtering ground right now, and Durgan in a really good position to kind of maybe pick up a leaf, if nothing else, if not knocks or maybe a kill here. At least they've got great control over these hillsides. You can see them spreading out, trying to get multiple lines of sight here. And there's your overview. Most teams already making it down to at least the coast. We do have shoot to kill. Is that a camp? Is shoot to kill camp in DYN here? That it almost feels like that. It feels like Luke 12 has spotted them out on the other side of the river, and the rest of the gang is just waiting.
Certainly looks that way. I mean, this is SDK returning to, they did this how many times with ATC, right? Particularly on milli circles. Happy to just sit, pick up. I mean, again, drop in South Georgia. You got to find some points somewhere. Make sure that you're coming away from arguably the worst position to find yourself up on the north side of the map with 4 kills at least. Find 4 points on your bad games. Definitely not something to turn your nose up.
Yeah, shoot to kill look like they are primed and ready to welcome Dynamic to this lobby. They'll find the opening knock on the Kynes. Another shot's come through. Vixus will get spotted out as Alo will be the one to get that knock. More shots coming through from Purdy Curdy. Vixus gets popped, gets cleaned up. Luke 12 land a few as well. Dynamic. Well, this is what STK does. Welcome to North George.
Yep. Whether or not they're even really going to give chase here, or whether or not Lister and Cambagini actually decide to pull up and try and become the gatekeepers themselves.
Yeah,
that's definitely something for them now to consider with pretty much every rotation, right? They have to be wary of this.
Yeah, and to be honest, I mean, you're this far out of circle. If this thing does pop down towards Military Island, you got to kind of figure all bets are off here for Dynamic or for. I mean, this is. I feel like this is classic STK. Oh. Okay, really, that's what we're doing. Game 1, huh? All right. Well, there you go. Not really a 50-50. I mean, this thing's definitely chunking south.
Yeah, this goes south, and I think actually potentially it's going to pull most of Sosnovka military base itself out pretty early on, which is always the awkward one. This is the circle really where most teams are going to aim to make their transition south. So you're already here, Tactical 8 resorting to crossing the water. And with how many teams we actually saw position early towards the north side of Sosnovka, this could be tricky here. We're just going to hold up and make sure that somebody's got Overwatch here for the cross.
Not the worst idea. I mean, games like this where we see, such a large chunk of Military Island in, but they still allow you to play off the north side. You see a lot of teams basically they see these circles, and this is a write-off essentially at this point for trying to go for the win. So you see a lot of teams just kind of opt to take as many fights as they can, try to get their points through kills rather than trying to play for the late game. So T8's strat of just kind of hiding out on the cliffs and waiting for all this craziness to boil down here a little bit is we'll see if it works out for them. Meanwhile, Gas Cans, they have a spot on Millie right now, and they're opting to go into a 2-2 split.
Okay, going to run into some problems as well. Lethal Association set up. A couple of warning shots at least will show presence, but elsewhere actually, Sociopath be punished on the backside of that by Wildcard.
Yeah, it looked like he tried to go to glass for Lethal Association, ends up getting flushed out by that Wildcard 2-2, but that's going to let LA know that this space is occupied. And now they're in a position where they have to kind of stop down a gas station. Meanwhile, it looks like Icyflex gets spotted out again, this time finished off for good by Ethan, as Dodge has a nice little split going on here on the edge. And there goes Silas, there goes Spicy Fish. After an early crash on that coastline, yielded at least 1 kill in Honey Badger. And Spicy Fish going down.
You say that the second, I'm pretty sure Flex got the kill onto Finna, right? During that engagement, we noted it in the kill feed. Right. So, things come in full circle there for Dodge as they will stay as 3 up and get themselves some early kill points. I'm not mistaken, right? It was Flex onto Finna.
No. I think you're right. I think yeah. I think you are. I think you're actually 100%.
I sounded confident when I said so. Even if I was wrong, I was going to stick with it.
I mean, the confidence with which you said it has sold me. So I'm going to go ahead and believe that that's true. Because I honestly cannot remember. Here
Somebody will correct me.
yeah. Twitch chat will definitely be on top of things.
Let me know, guys. Let me know.
There you go. SDK going to actually pick up Hooligan for LA as that fight kind of going on. Look at this.
Right.
Veritas on the ferry. Viable strat. Ferry is always a viable strat.
Show's never too far away from a questionable play, is he? He's always just at the epicenter.
I mean, it looks like it's working out pretty good right now. They're doing a lot better than Lister and Lamborghini are, as Waikakamukau is just free farming ADR at this point, isn't he?
There's nobody actually holding on to the west coast of Sosnovka, which is surprising, actually. I don't know if United conceded a little bit here just to hold on to the high ground, but it's not often you get safe passage onto the west side of the island.
Oh, man, and Veritas, they spot that out quickly, too. You can see they have all hopped off, and they are making their way over to that coastline to climb up, so they'll find themselves a pretty easy route in to this next circle, which has circled. I mean, the bridge still in, but I mean, this is pretty much what we thought was.
We know where the next one's going, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. If nothing else, it gives SDK and all these teams to the north a little bit more time to kind of sort out all of this. Who's going to get access to the bridge? Now, this is one of those times where that bridge, the high-low bridge, the what do we call it? The crosswalk on the bottom of the bridge, the new thing, where that feels like that might come into play here as we see Dodge and T8 squaring off.
Ooh, Heikeman actually eating a ton of damage whilst down there. Ethan trying to fend off any further aggression from Tactical 8, who have conceded a knock themselves, so try and make sure that they can get numbers back up. But actually, yeah, Psycho, an easy flush there, so we'll just be 3 to continue. Ethan actually missed the cross there of, I think it was Zenny, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think it was it Yabul went for the
yeah, it was. Sorry, yeah.
Okay, another fight going on. This is again at that north side of that bridge. Lethal Association will get cleaned up by a combination of STK and Wildcard. Actually, I think mostly Wildcard, as STK was the one finding
still backstabbing.
So yeah, SDK. This is, I mean, this is how SDK plays these games, right? Anytime it goes hard down to Millie, if they're looting up in South George, they kind of tend to go for that high kill count. Let's just chase down points that way and see what we can find here. Is Palak's going to get taken down by a nice grenade from Ethan?
Yeah, dodge down to 2, but still putting numbers up here. And there was a chance for them really to hold the remaining members of Tactical 8. They've got knock on an awful lot to make use of here. Gonna have to actually stick a couple of meds in the blue. SDK, I was curious whether or not they were still for SDK. They were just spread pretty thin to try and punish this bridge camp.
Be careful here.
Yeah, gotta be really careful here.
How
do they navigate through?
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, it seems like they're picking out most of people. Oh no, Maji and Zealot will clean that up as the attempt at a push there does not work here for SDK. Unfortunately, they just didn't have the angles. They had left 2 on foot to try to cover that car rotation, but they just didn't have the angles to really find it here. Vegas, meanwhile, in a little bit of trouble. I don't know if he realizes he's got a friend right on top of his rock. Instead, he's taking shots over near. Gats will find one, but not before Nade God takes down Vegas. Can Gats get this res, or will TTG try to make this push? You see the throwables coming through already. Not finding it just yet, though. There it is.
Finally. Felt like it took a while, but BBG bow out of game 1 here. I'm curious to see who's going to be the survivor here from this bridge camp. Wildcard down to 2, SDK as well.
There it is.
Okay, I thought it was going to come out of the car there, but it's actually Luke 12 from Glasshouse there.
Yeah, I think that's what was the intention of the last SDK push, was that the 2 on foot would kind of cover the 2 in vehicle. Unfortunately, they just didn't have the lines on it. So Zray does go down, but Zealot knows exactly where Luke 12 is. We'll see if Kurt can provide Luke a little cover here. As you see, Dynamic will get taken down. I think they go down to the zone. Actually, going to be Camberghini, the last one up. Veritas also taken down as our lobby is rapidly thinning out here, Hypoc.
Down to 31 already. Barely 18 minutes into the game. Zealot desperately trying to just make this as painful as possible for SDK to close the gap. We've got another first aid kit after this, so a chance to maybe try and outlive here. But it's mutually assured destruction on the north side of the bridge.
It sure is. I feel like you can watch Kurt and Luke both using just every trick in the book right now to try to get this man to peek, but Zealot not biting as he will take the shots in. Luke 12 will swap over to the back and he will hit the shot through the wall, but he is going to end up going down. Enough damage being done by Zealot so that Luke will go down to the blue, but Kurt will make his way across the bridge so that SGK still in this. Meanwhile, United and Gas Cans squaring off on the southwest.
An opener here from Kickstart with a nade. Reload with a little bit of a reposition here. Pressure that knock as well. Actually, why kick a mook out? He's literally in the open. It's just like, yeah, challenge me, bro.
Please peek me. I would love for you to peek me. Well, he gets away with it for now. Greg shot with a nicely placed grenade as he had to, oh, look at the dirty flank from Greg shot here. He has been spotted out though, so he does need to reposition, but that's going to open up just enough room to where they should be able to get that res. Looks like they will. Back up to full strength here is Gas Cans. Reload will also be revived as the new circle will pop, and it's just going to land right on top of that. yeah, absolutely. Surprising. Literally no one. Four funners just get to sit there and wait. Eventually here's more trades or more knocks being traded here between United and Gas Cans.
So Gas Cans technically with the upper hand here. Whether or not Gas Cans can capitalize on this damage done already. They've got another knock to worry about. Flood will spot ahead on that jump spot. Reload back on his feet now. I think Gas Cans too back to 4 strong.
A little bit nervous for United here as we were looking through those other two guys there. There's not a lot of utility left in there. And
no.
Kickstart has 3 smokes, but I don't know what the rest of these guys are sitting on.
Technically, with how the terrain lies here, Gas Cans almost have positional advantage. I mean, United kind of huddled in. They don't really have much to move to. You already see Gas Cans, I think, pretty aware of that.
Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely a good move from Gas Cans. Now, if they can get up to that little ridge line there and maybe do a little gatekeeping of their own, but again, that's kind of outside of circle. So we'll keep an eye on that fight. It's a very interesting one playing out there as Yahoo will run into TTG on their wrap. They were on the very south side of this circle, and when it pops, they will find 2 members of TTG. Fihihi, the last one up. Will be spotted by Balefrost. Shinboy will be the last shot, and that will be it for TTG. Trained to go, though, making it into the top 8 on their first game here.
A good result to start things off. Maybe a little confidence boost up. The United now, technically, Gas Cans conceding the high ground in this scenario. That may very well be their demise. Flood's already spotted out 2 players. United don't really have many other options here other than to take this engagement. Do they crest the hill, though?
Yeah, this is a real rough one for both squads here, really. As
Gas Cans playing line of sight perfectly, though. They're almost baiting United in to make this very push. They're ready for it.
You can see what Gas Cans wants United to do, and United not really taking the bait just yet. And as a result, they're just going to hop into vehicles and send it. Have they read that Mitchy Boy is by himself here in that compound? It looks like they'll find one, but he's going to be pushed here, and Mitch will hold the line. Snow Patrol with 3 kills.
Kickstart, unfortunately, just running over Relo on the pull up there. Not sure if it was a knock or what happened there, but absolutely right. Some good utility usage as well. The pre-nade perfect to do a ton of damage on the way in. Kurt doing Kurt things, clinging to life. Might have even heard Greg's shot here, but Greg's shot too sharp today. Gas Cans finally post their first kill.
Really nice work there by Greg Shot. That was danger right there for sure. But yep, first kill for Gas Cans, surprisingly. But they are situated very nicely for the late game here, although looks like the circle going to force them to push down into that intersection, which we already saw Snow Patrol and 4 Funners basically just holding the line right now. You also have Yahoo. I would argue Yahoo maybe one of the stronger positions here outside of just for Funners.
I definitely agree with that. As Gas Cans now will make a wrap on the north side. Gonna get ahead of Durgan though. Durgan seem to be playing in this valley beyond. Although Gas Cans have scouted this out, they're eager to take the high ground here and could actually just punish Durgan with this passive play.
Well, looks like they're waiting. Shirky, here's the footsteps. He heard Waikika Mukau not reaching over the top of that line, though. And look at that Shin Boy from behind. The third party from Yahoo. You knew it was going to be a matter of time before Yahoo started creeping down over there towards the south. And he's going to find another one. Shin Boy getting 2 back-to-back as they try to go for the res. And now Waikika Mukau, Greg Shot will pick up at least one of those kills there. But Gas Cans, man, they've just kind of opened things up here on this north side.
Indeed, actually, that pressure coming in from Yahoo going to relieve a lot of the stress that they have over here. They're back in the vehicle, maybe looking to just clean up Durgan. Make a mad send towards Yahoo's hill. I'm not sure what the plan is here, but they're stacked up right now. Oh, they found a rock to call home.
Well, if you gotta,
Hey,
you gotta have a home. You might as well have a rock.
This ain't it though. Yahoo could close this distance. Getting utility range here. They have the benefit of the high ground to make it a little bit easier to send a nade that way, as Flax has done just that. Tons of damage off that nade.
Flax from behind will find 2 of Gas Cans. Now, does that open the door for Yahoo? It looks like they were definitely watching their kill feed there. They know exactly what's going on here. Another grenade from Sparking will find Waikika Mukau, but it seems like it's just a matter of time here before Greg Shot is cleaned up as Yahoo is just collapsing right on top here. Greg Shot not going to spot out Balefrost. There you go. Cleans it up. Yahoo, 7 kills.
Definitely capitalizing on their position here towards the late game. 3 teams, 4 alive. 4 fun. Snow Patrol still, I guess, relatively comfortable, but the problem being now, Yahoo have got such a wide spread here on the circle, and yeah, that circle is actually going to cut. Yeah, that's going to cut Snow Patrol out. This cross is treacherous this late on in the game.
Absolutely. And you know, it's a question of how much utility does Snow Patrol have, how much does 4 Funners have? I mean, they've been kind of sitting in that compound for quite some time. Nobody really pushing into them. At least Snow Patrol was able to kind of get that loot influx of E United. And so they should have some smokes, some grenades here, but Mitch is going to get spotted out by McLovin. That's not the way you want to open up that push.
Here's again, they're trying to put down some utility now, but again, there's no amount of utility that makes this any easier.
No.
Again, shooting fish in a barrel here for 4 Funners. As that time ticks away, it gets harder and harder the later you leave it, right? Without a knock to push off, without any form of damage to try and capitalize on.
I mean, if it's not for Funners, it's Yahoo.
Oh, exactly. They have great sight lines down towards the south side of this compound as well to make it even harder for Snow Patrol.
They had to stop down to go get that res as well, so the first smoke wall is just going to trickle out. They're going to have to reset. We'll see how much utility they got left in the bag. Soup got 2 in the bag, so should be something to work with here. And it looks like Snow Patrol is starting to get an idea of what they want to find. Trying to see if they can just get a knock, just 1 knock here. That would make things a little bit easier. But Mitch going to get spotted out again. It's going to be Sparking this time. And at this point, the blue is pushing. You can't even go for that res.
He's on a fast bleed as well. It's not even worth trying. If they can get anything done here. Soup down to 1 HP, confirmed by the nade.
Oof. Yeah. Unlucky for Snow Patrol, though. Sneezy will get in there. We'll spot out Yaxley, gets a little bit of damage down. We'll get the knock. try to go for the flush, and that'll be 4 kills in the back for Snow Patrol, if nothing else. And as soon as he almost gets another one, but no.
Wait,
McLovin's grenade.
the team knock.
No.
Yahoo should, absolutely come out
absolutely.
on this.
McLovin is having to hold off the entire 4-man push from Yahoo. He will find Poonage, so that will at least give them some amount of respite here as Shimboy just sending the utility, the Molotovs, the grenades coming through. It looks like they will get that res onto Ice and be able to reset, but now Ice has been found again, sparking on fire this game.
Found another knock here. Unfortunately, the problem being the 1 kill from Snow Patrol and that team knock. Left the back door open for Yahoo. And they're here so quickly as well to convert this pressure. A slight mistake. And now the problem is 4 Thunders are split. They're not able to hold down one of these buildings.
Yeah.
Being absolutely suffocated right now.
Yeah, and to be honest, I mean that feels like just experience coming out from Yahoo. I mean, realizing as soon as that knock came through, 2 knocks, the push from Snow Patrol into 4 Funners, not wasting time trying to set up a smoke wall, not trying to play it safe, just taking the L of losing Poonage on the push, but they get 3 up here instead. Now it's a 3v2. Shimboy gonna pick up the shotty, realizing that McLovin is dug in there like a tick. Crop will trade peaks with Sparking, but nobody finding each other just yet.
Shimboy.
Oh no!
He got a load of damage here. McLovin finds the knock.
Oh,
He's actually
Bale?
stuck on the stairs, so it prevents any trade coming through, at least initially. Comes to a 2v2, Poro.
Oh no! That is super unfortunate there for Yo. I mean, hell of a hold from McLovin. But Shimboy going in there, just hard peeking with the shotgun. Unfortunately, Balefrost was not close enough or got hung up or caught on something on the stairs, but couldn't kind of back up the push. And so he had to pull back down again. He's going to take some more damage as well, as this 2v2 is starting to get a little spicy here. McLovin, okay, will get spotted out. McLovin trying to go for a little bit too much there onto Bale.
Now desperate to make a response, but the blue zone might become a factor here in this 1v2.
There it is. The peak battle. It was desperate for Crop, but in the end, it is going to be Yahoo with the first win of these regional qualifiers. 11 kills, 1,800 damage, Hypok, but how much can you even take from that game that had such a crazy circle and such a crazy early game?
I mean, we start with one of those anomalies, right, in terms of where we end up. Yahoo capitalized on a pretty strong position, what used to be the Gorilla Core heel of old, I guess. But yeah, it's the push onto gas cans and ultimately to freeze up the space to really spread pretty thin, and like I said, output so much pressure. The death center's going for Snow Patrol with that circle shift across the road, made it a little bit easier, but like I said, the damage done by Snow Patrol, at least finding that first kill, and then I guess forcing out that error on the side of 4 Funners means that Yahoo are able to capitalize.
Yeah, I mean, it was very well played by all parties, really. I mean, there wasn't really a whole lot anybody else could have done. I mean, Snow Patrol held against the push from E United, cleaned that up, and eventually the circle does shift away from him. As if you're going to play that compound, you've got to be expecting that at some point. They had to try to push across the street. Unfortunately for them, Yahoo was being held by 1. McLovin was the only one that was kind of peeking them, and they just kind of let Yahoo just have this wide angle to kind of rain down, and 4 Funners just kind of are peeking down into him. So it was tough. It was tough, man. But you got to give credit to Yahoo. 11 kills and a victory sets them up for a very nice game 1 here.
It definitely does. It's always nice to find a double-digit game on the Sosnovka circle as well, right? These are the ones that ultimately, like I said, it's kind of unrehearsed. It's not necessarily familiar ground for a lot of teams in terms of what they have to settle for. There's no really go-to spots, and ultimately the bridge camps can be the ones to stop teams getting towards their favored locations, as we did see a little bit of a scuffle over on the West Bridge with SDK and Wildcard for quite some time. So yeah, it's always nice to find double digits on probably one of the least favored areas of the map.
Yeah, I think we have some highlights ready to go. So we'll kind of remind ourselves what we saw throughout that entire first game. I gotta say, man, and this is a question I feel like I gotta ask some of these players. Is it almost better to kind of get your first game be kind of wild like this, just to get those pre-game jitters out, or the game one jitters out, and you just kind of have the excuse of, well, it was a crap circle?
I mean, the thing is, you got to kind of separate that into two separate questions. But for me, if game one comes out as a milli-circle and you win it with double digits, that for me is one that's just, it gives you a little bit of freedom, right? You get that leaderboard freedom to maybe take a few more risks. It's not a massive lead to establish when you think about it just being, just game one. But it's certainly a confidence builder, right? It gives, certainly in this format, it gives your hoe a little bit of freedom now to maybe, explore a little, dig a little deeper in the mid game to look for some kill points, because they've already got this cushion behind them.
And that's a team that can get some kill points as well too. So
exactly.
Having a team like that's definitely an aggressive team, a kill heavy team that now has a little bit of a buffer to play a little bit more aggressively with reason. It's kind of terrifying. But we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we will get you ready for game number 2, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. We are back once again, getting ready to head into game number 2. But before we do, let's take a look at that match leaderboard from game number 1. A military ending that delivered on the craziness, for sure. Hi, Puck.
Yeah, it did, and lots of teams, as you can see here on the leaderboard, it's a widespread in terms of kills. Nobody really getting too much. I mean, 4Funners, yes, coming out with double digits, but We don't have that ended. And again, it's a slight fumble. Again, things got a little bit chaotic, I guess, when Snow Patrol are actually able to get one player across the road. But it's interesting to see actually what you got a decent spread between 3rd and 7th in terms of points picked up from a bad game, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I'm actually looking at some of these teams, 0 placement points, but 6 kills for wild card, 5 kills for dodge.
Exactly.
You know, they're still finding points in a game that was essentially for many of these teams a write-off. Just once you saw that military shift, but Yahoo does come in first, gets that 21 points overall. So that's kind of where we're sitting after one game. Now we are getting ready to head into game number 2. Are we going to see another military island circle? I kind of hope not, man. I want to see this. I want to see how these
we got Zaki next, obviously. Obviously.
Going Zaki, going Yaz Fields. Why not? I like
me and Cammy actually I think one of our game ones one day was a Zaki opener, and that was it's always tough. Like I mean, most of the teams want to start with a vanilla one just to ease themselves in, especially when we're talking about this big switch up here in the rotating group format, and how much of this kind of translates from scrims. You come to some of these unrehearsed circles, and it can be tricky, right? Especially if you have a team like Yahoo that's probably could be considered a top contender to get off to a hot start. It then puts the pressure on some other teams.
Well, we had 4 Funners. That was also our open qualifier team. Obviously not getting the win, a little bit difficult there, but coming in and getting 12 points off the first game. That's a nice little setup for them. We'll see if that impacts the way they're going to play as they kind of progress forward. But yeah, military circle, hell of an aperitif for sure. A little amuse bouche. Is that the amuse bouche? No, that's the palate cleanser, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what we are? We're in a amuse.
You are a cultured man.
I know exactly where all the forks go. Know which fork to go. But well, while we wait for everybody to get into the lobby here to get ready to go into game number 2, I'm trying to think of what to talk about here, because it's such, with game 1 being so weird, it
there's
feels
not much
like,
to take away from it, right?
Yeah.
It's like I said, some teams are always going to resort to a salvage sort of game, and those ones that we talk about in the point format, where maybe try and camp a team in rotation like SDK did, or try and get to the circle as early as possible. Maybe set up on the south side of one of the bridges. Just look for those easy wins, right? Which is maybe why we saw BBG actually, I guess, put such a focus on trying to catch spicy fish on the boat rotation. But you're right, from a macro standpoint, in terms of replicating success, there's not an awful lot to bring away from that game 1.
I mean, I guess if nothing else, I'm thinking back to the early part of ESL when we had a conversation with Purdy Curdy about things that they thought were maybe they were trying to improve upon, right? And he mentioned that he thought that his team was kind of giving too much space, being too respectful towards other teams. Well, now we're seeing in game 1 of these North American qualifiers, they're camping a team kind of pushing through them in the blue.
Like I said, I remember towards the back end of the ATC saga, and I remember actually sitting with you one night and then just looking at the stats and thinking, this is actually pretty crazy when you look at it, of how much value they got from just some really, really simple plays. And it just comes down to preparation, right? Being in the right place at the right time. And like I said, actually now to plant that seed in game 1, that's got to be a constant concern. In terms of just that early rotation, transitioning out of your loot phase. And for SDK, now that they found a little bit of a reward on it, how much do they lean on that? How much do they continue to do that?
Yeah, I mean, Dynamic has to have that now in the back of their heads.
Every game,
every single time, and regardless of the plane. Now, I mean, we did see that some of the planes weren't favoring the SDK classic South George drop. And so it's kind of forcing them to play over by Millie. But, if that's the case, Dynamic's still going to have a problem, because then they got to figure out what's going on around them wherever their alternate drop may happen to be. So, I don't know. It's definitely something to keep in mind going forward as the mind games kind of progress.
It is, because you think about it, it's pretty much every circle that the South and North George aren't in. The SDK have a real feasible opportunity to set up for them, right? To greet them headed east, to greet them headed south, in any direction really. So And the thing is, it then puts a lot of pressure on Dynamic because what do you do? Do you eat up time heading all the way north and wrapping along the north coast just to get into a circle? It's kind of that trade off between, yes, if SDK don't punish them kills wise and find a couple of them early on, it still kind of then throws off that kind of macro game for Dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's a fair question to ask of some of the other teams in the lobby too. I mean, you look at a team like United, that kind of has that classic looting path around Milta. Do they then now kind of take that same SDK mentality of, hey, we know that there's other teams kind of around us. Maybe we do kind of the same thing. If the circle one just goes hard off to the west, do we try to position ourselves in such a way that we can maybe take advantage of the teams that looting in farm or Milta proper or bridge camping? Dare I say it?
Yeah, what if I'm not mistaken?
It's
Didn't
weird,
SDK
man.
get
It's tough.
didn't SDK get camped on a weird plane path where they had to drop on the west side of Sosnovka as well? I seem to recall them trying to cross the bridge unopposed, and they just got farmed on the west bridge. But
That actually did happen. I
yeah,
do
it
remember.
did. But I'm not misremembering that, right? There was one of the
No.
weird plane paths where they had to call an audible.
Yeah, it was one of the ones where they had to, it ended up cutting hard off to the northwest, and they ended up
Yeah,
having to cross
yeah.
over Millie Bridge, and I think it was Dodge, if memory serves. Was it Dodge? It might have been Dodge or gas cans. One of those.
I'm gonna
two.
believe you, whatever you say.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Well, regardless, they ended up losing too, and it was kind of like it was. It was at the very beginning of the tournament either also. So I mean, clearly they were able to rebound and everything. But yeah, you think about the situations that these open qualifier teams are in where they made it, it's great, it's fantastic, and now your introduction to the lobby is getting camped, rotation camped by STK of all people. Like that's kind of a wake up call as you were mentioning. But we'll see if they can rally here. But we are getting ready to head into game number 2. Sorry for the little bit of delay. We're trying to get everybody into the lobby here and make sure that everybody is nice and comfy and situated in their tray tables in the upright and locked position as we're getting ready to jump.
See here, they're playing pretty far over to the west from what I can gather. So again, it's going to make it pretty difficult for some of these teams that do drop towards the east side of the map to get themselves situated early on.
At least so far, our planes have been pretty forgiving. I mean, this one's a little bit kind of far off to the west, but not so hugging the coast that you can't kind of get to Milta Power. I think maybe the farthest east drop that we might see from E United, but they can still get there should they so choose. As we see Waikiki landing up right around Quarry, and the rest of his boys down in Primorsk. Again, though, 3 teams on Military Island.
Yeah, pretty congested here. Like I said, there's going to be on the back of the plane path a couple of audibles in terms of drop spot. No real overlap, I guess, other than maybe Dodge and Snow Patrol, you could argue, just on the north side of the West Bridge. Yahoo actually stretching all the way towards Zaki as well. His circle will actually pop directly over SDK, and lots of space to the south of them as well. That's important here, but with it being a bit of a curveball, I don't know if we're going to see any of these teams really make a mad dash early on.
And when's the last time you saw STK get dead center C1? Feels like it's been a minute.
Kurt's definitely pinching himself right now.
We'll see how they adjust and adapt. But hey, we take a look at Relo from E United again. 3 in a row for E United. And we got a chance to talk to Relo before today's games about what they learned from their experience at PGC.
I think our biggest weakness is like taking fights that give us a spot in zone. So like when we're not in a spot where we can take an easy fight in a zone or like take a compound or just have an advantageous fight, then we struggle. So that's our biggest weakness that we're working on going to PGC and all of the North American tournaments this year.
Well, there you go. It's I think the experience definitely had to be a little bit eye-opening for the United boys. But you could tell, I mean, they came in IPOC and immediately almost it felt like they made that switch over to Flood, which definitely feels like a change for the better. Not to take anything away from Balefrost, but just kind of setting themselves up like they know they're good in terms of regions, right? But that just felt like maybe something that they were thinking about doing in terms of international play.
I think as well, I mean, Flood's individual prowess is something that it's almost plug and play, right? You put him into a kind of frag heavy team, where there's, and this is to take nothing away from the leadership on a United, but where there's less of an emphasis on a player slotting in on a macro perspective, it's kind of visible from the get-go, right? And we saw that, right? We saw Flood not necessarily bailing them out, but delivering for a United consistently.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's definitely worth mentioning. It's not like they were bringing in Flood to IGL, right? Like the bringing that high kill, frag heavy, aggressive style player in and saying, you know what, just do what you do. Do what you did before. I mean, I feel like that takes a lot of pressure off of Flood as well. It just kind of lets that transition be a lot smoother, and then you just have the rest of the team that's been playing together for so long now that they can just kind of work around Flood and let him kind of figure his way into the team while still playing a style that he's familiar with. Meanwhile, speaking of familiar, it's Uncivil now gets spotted by STK. Doesn't get taken down immediately. He'll smoke off that staircase and try to slow things up for STK though, but you know he's expecting it. Oh no.
The nade actually bounces back down the stairs. Alo doesn't even know where it landed. And now he's figured it out.
Wow.
Yeah, immediately that information relayed and bought enough time as well for that rotation to come through, or at least for the STK reinforcements to arrive. Let's make that almost risk-free.
Yeah, no, I mean, credit where it's due. SDK cleaned that up so fast that Spicy Fish didn't even have a chance to really respond over there and give Civ a little bit of assistance. But again, that Spicy Fish losing, getting involved in early fights here. Circle 1 collapsing. Meanwhile, is this a bridge camp? It sure as heck is here. Snow Patrol going to be bridge camping the boys from Dragon. Now, did Dragon sniff this out? Looks like they're being real slow about it.
Maybe they've spotted a player, they're hesitant to proceed any further. Mitch actually going to pull all the way back here to north side of the bridge, and as you say that, will force the rotation away. Dragon don't want to entertain this at all.
Really nicely done by Dragon here. It's a very highly
diligent,
disciplined play to make sure to camp out for the potential of a bridge camp here. Now I don't know how scrims have been going. I don't know if this is you know, part and parcel for Snow Patrol, but either way, Dragon definitely prepared for it and never really kind of put themselves in a way that they couldn't get out of it should Snow Patrol be encamping it. But we'll see where they decide to go now, because that eastern bridge is starting to look like it's going to be a little hectic as well.
BBG already kind of set up ahead of BG, ready or anticipating at least the cross, but Build by Game is a little bit disconnected once again in the early game. Whether or not this is them planning, you see now Kada conscious of the possibility. I don't think he has any information right now whatsoever.
He is going off of gut instinct alone right now. And his gut is telling him that this is dangerous and maybe I should move. It could be possible that Fahihi may have spotted somebody out and maybe feeding that information over to Cater. I mean, you see Gats just running right across the bridge right now. Either way, that's that. We'll keep an eye down there on the eastern bridge, see how that plays out. Oh, never mind. Here we go. Cater going to try to make his way over, and Honey Badger immediately spots him out. Look at the Gats. Honey Badger completely set up for this. Cater, I guess, didn't have the information fed over from Fahihi, so that will be one down for Train to Go.
I'm not even sure, really, if TTG want to try and regress onto this now. They have a couple of complementary angles, at least, onto the cross, but they weren't able to find any damage. Kader almost sent to the slaughter there. I said, I don't know if that was a miscommunication, whether or not it was an oversight. You see actually in the distance there on the X-ray, a little bit of damage goes through onto Fihihi. Great name to say.
Yeah, it is definitely fun.
Fihi, for short.
Yeah. Fee. Oh!
Fihi.
Oh, no. Well,
Vegas plucks him out of the vehicle.
that'll be how to properly pronounce his name will be a concern for game 3, as we don't have to worry about him for the rest of this game. TTG now in a little bit of trouble as they're down to 2. Built by Gamers, successful bridge camp, I would say. 2 kills already in the bag, and now they can hop into vehicles and start worrying about how they're going to get into this next circle. Looks like Dragon it looks like they managed to stick around long enough that Snow Patrol got bored and started making their way in.
They've won the patience game.
It's it's a battle of wills, and Dragon wins this time around.
And again, heads up scouting from them really to identify that Snow Patrol peeled away from this. They do need to dive east to avoid, I guess, Soup and Mitch, or at least they shouldn't be in earshot there. It's probably about 300-400 meters. Doesn't look as if Soup's caught wind of it, at least. Lots of space down to the southeast of this circle here towards Chopsticks.
A lot of room down there.
I mean, lots of teams there. This is one that, if this does center up towards hospital, coming late just isn't an option. So that's why we see the main congestion towards that area. Nobody really banking on a south hard shift here.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to break out of that center spot than it is to break into it. So
well, you say that, not with this number of teams. This is almost, if it does pull south, this is a bloodbath towards Everest. And we get that mad send towards Chopsticks. It's been a while since we've seen a mad send towards Chopsticks.
No, it's I'm very excited to see where this circle decides to go. Okay,
good.
All right.
Good.
If we get
all is well.
Classic Everest crates circle here, hospital circle. You can see STK already hopping into vehicles from the 2-2 split. Looks like they're going to play around hospital, which I don't feel like I've seen STK do a whole lot. Am I crazy? Is that a new thing?
I mean, maybe towards the hill, maybe towards Horseshoe, but yeah, hospital itself, whether or not this is kind of reactive based on other teams' positioning early on here. United obviously picking up double whites and Horseshoe, and 2 key positions. A lot to hold on to, though.
Yeah.
Don't expect too many teams to make a mad dash here. Desperation send as 4. So it should go unpunished if United can show enough presence, at least peacock enough to force teams to reconsider.
Yeah, a little bit of a byproduct of the plane in C1 a little bit more than anything, but the north side not really going to be really action packed. I mean, For Funner is the only team really that's kind of making their way in, and unless any of these teams decided to do these long wraps in the blue, it's probably going to stay that way.
So Yehovah towards Zaki, I'm pretty sure EU United were towards 70, right?
Yeah.
So those were the 2 furthest north teams.
Yeah, this is it's weird because I feel like, again, I haven't seen a circle like this in a really long time, but this is one of the more classic circles that you do tend to see. But just no big wraps, long wraps, eating a lot of blue damage, just coming in from that northern side. You're not really seeing that here, as looks like BBG, and I believe that's still Dragon that's kind of coming in from the south side. Gas cans keeping a wide split on this southwestern side. They were already doing a split on that road side, just kind of keeping track of anything that might come in from their south side. Maintaining that split now on that southwestern. This is aggressive from Gas Cans.
Well, they're looking to kind of flex out and find some early kills here. Again, previously didn't find their first until what? Phase 4, phase 5?
It was a bit.
Well, that's a consideration for them to make. Dodge here, they do have position on the edge of the circle. BBG trying to make passage towards ruins. I think Cherry's heard this out. So potential here for the rest of Dodge. Keep your eyes on the minimap, whether or not they push a little bit further away from that compound just to try and pick up these kills. You can see already the shots coming out.
And fortunately for BBG, they did pause at least long enough to get some heals in. They will already stop down, and Vegas will find Ethan, but Finna immediately gets the trade. We'll follow it up with a grenade here. Gats needs to be careful. Here's that coming. Good shots will push Finna back. The grenade won't find its mark, so Ethan will have to go back and reposition. And look at this. T8 had control over the top of Everest. Only two. Only Zenny and Yabul up at the top of Everest right now.
Be able to find this res, but definitely slow things down, and BBG will be the benefactors of that scenario. Ethan should be just about back up. No, I can see the damage coming through now. Ethan's down to just a lick of HP.
Oh, they're trying. They're trying to get this res, but the shots, as he said, just ringing right around that UAZ. Looks like Cherry should be able to get him back up. Will he be able to stay up, though? That's the question. They'll re-up on the smoke at least. Looks like he should be able to get the heal back. Hikerman and Finna in those ice creams on that roadside would love to try to go into BBG, but the problem is T8 at the top of Everest, and look at that, the circle shift going to go over to Hospital. SDK is laughing.
Looking pretty good about prioritizing Hospital now. United still in a decent position as well, but don't expect anybody really to be contesting the center game where it's almost desperation. If you're sending it that far in, expect everything to conclude on the edge here. Still 61 alive though, so very, very slow mid-game.
Big moves by BBG here.
Yeah, this is a good way to recover, especially if they can now be the ones to win out the Battle of Everest. Honey Badger going to open things up.
It's a nasty little shot there from Honey Badger. We'll find Zenny with grenade in hand. Yabul still has that high ground. Psycho and Palix have come up to join the 2-2 split, but Zenny the most far forward as the rest of T8 trying to get into a position to see if they can respond here. Dodge, meanwhile, not wanting any of this. They're going to wrap around on the south side, so this fight should get to play out with no third parties as the shots will come through. Honey Badger will get knocked by Palix, and that will let the forward duo of BBG know exactly what's going on. Palix finds another one. Palix holding strong for T8.
You can actually further aggress here. Colton, the next line of defense here. At least it actually wins out that one as well. Palix will find another knock here. BBG folding under the pressure of Tactical 8.
Palix the raid boss. But Vegas will find two before he eventually goes down to Psycho. And now T8 is left to pick up the pieces. Can they get these reses? Lethal Association have made their way up here. They hear the shots. They see the kill feed. They would love to come over here and see if they can clean up a few points, clean up their backside, have full control over Everest. And Enlan up is the first one there. It looks like Grant Landis with him, so he does have a shotgun rider. And actually, Lethal Association, they're just stop down, waiting for T8 to push into them. Oh, goodbye, train to go.
Yeah, see you later. Tactical 8 now, I don't think they're going to be aware at all of how close Lethal Association found themselves. First one comes through, Psycho down. Just a matter of time, and with that blue ticking away, doing damage, should make it pretty easy to clean this up.
Oh boy, Lethal Association actually pushing out into the blue to try to take this fight to T8. Looks like Inland will get called back. Well, Sociopath just ADR farming at range on a snow patrol. Inland gets really close, but Grant Lannis will find the perfectly placed grenade. And now Lethal Association will have to stop down to heal up, res Inland, and decide where they want to go next.
Not sure if you heard me call it, but it did yoink pretty hard here, Poro. So we're talking about some of those desperation sends. We might just see them. Don't lose that UAZ. You don't want to lose that now.
No. That was danger close. Oh.
What?
He tried to carry him out of the blue and Flood picked his pocket.
And Kickstart found the knock as well.
From where? Where even is the United?
United were Horseshoe, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Where have they repositioned to?
They're just kind of holding it down on the north side. Apparently they had some kind of angle onto that. Meanwhile, For Funners is pushing up there as well. So Lethal Association are basically what they did to T8, they've got For Funners doing to them. And unfortunately, they are also getting third and fourth partied by everybody that is basically just hiding out in a compound right now, have nothing else to look at. Meanwhile, Snow Patrol is eliminated. Lister gets finished off by Poonage as Yahoo try to make their way in on the west side.
Still got numbers here. Crop actually going to find Hooligan on the way down. Grant Lantis out of just 8 HP. Not an awful lot to feel comfortable about. Snake is actually the one to find that knock and confirm. Sociopath now. Last man standing for LA. He's trying to make his way down the side of Everest here, but Four Funners, they do concede a knock. Actually, I'm not sure if that was Yaxley. Couldn't quite see on the name tag. It'll be difficult to track him here, but again, just being a solo, I don't think he's really going to be able to play spoiler effectively on either of these teams, and being 4 strong.
I mean, yeah, Veritas is the only thing really, but it looks like, I mean, Veritas actually kind of a little bit concerned more with gas cans right now. As you see, Greg Shaw will find Nerf, and now Sociopath can open up on a J-Sang. He's going to find one. He's going to find 2.
Wow.
Sociopath, the snake in the grass for LA.
I spoke too soon.
He actually gets it done. The man. Give him a couple more kills. Give him 5 points. Can he find Light Show 2? Ooh, maybe not. Yeah, okay. He's going to get taken down. Light Show will get credit for that kill at least, as Veritas is left to pick up the pieces.
Dragon now. I mean, Squeezy knocked. Trying to hold on to the southwest side. The pressure coming in from Yahoo. Actually going to find another knock there. Shimboy with the nade. Flax trying to respond, but actually will find it. Poonage will go down. Flax down to a lick of HP, though. And Yahoo want to definitely put their foot on the gas now.
They absolutely. I mean, they've been kind of operating that way on this western side for quite some time, but the grenades are actually finding everybody. Devastating stuff from Sparking. It's down to Lemon Squeezy. He's working around the edges of the smoke. Doesn't matter. Shimboy will find him. But look at this. Camberghini and Kynes from Dynamic. They want to get involved. They see the kill feed lighting up. Poonage is knocked. Will get rezzed. But Camberghini, oh no. He gets spotted by Silers from a mile away.
Oh, 6 kills already. Find themselves in an interesting position to transition into late game as well. Oh, they can find that one. Sparking actually with the blind spray into the smoke. Dynamic out in 9th. It's just into placement point territory now. And like I said, Yahoo's kill buffer already going to be definitely feeling good for them. Dodge actually on a wide wrap here. Are they just going to send it right towards Four Funners?
Looks that way. They have 2 in the vehicles. I'm not sure if they even know where Four Funners is. They've got to anticipate somebody being up here, but Finna immediately gets knocked by Ice. They will spot out another one in the distance. Right on the edge, it's going to be Ethan. Ethan will find Crop, though, before eventually going down. Will get flushed out by Waikika Mukau as Gas Cans has a third-party angle onto all of this. Hikerman now the last one up for Dodge, getting shot in the back again by those same Gas Cans. They have the compound. They have angles onto all of this. And the grenade from Ice. How did that not hit?
A little further into the blue here, but the angle going to be pretty easy. We'll get cleaned up here. Four Funners put up some kill points. Should be able to find this res as well.
Looks like Luke going to get spotted out, taken down, and flushed out by Flood. Another point in the bag for United. Gotta say, Four Funners for an open qualifier team. We were wondering how they would respond to the new lobby, to the heavier lobby. And so far, it's been so good for Four Funners as they keep 4 up. They have the east side. They have a little bit of a dip to work with. It's not great, but it's something as we are down to just 25 alive, 7 teams remaining. Wild card in the Kings position in center circle. SDK, meanwhile, down to just Purdy, Curdy, and Alo. Yahoo have 4 up. Gas Cans have 4 up. United 4 up. I believe Spicy Fish, are they down to 3? I think so. Yes.
Circle even more brutal now as Four Funners try and make a mad dash towards that shack. He will pull up, but yeah, United just waiting. Snake is precise with the headshot there with the Mini 14. Reload will follow up as well. One gets stolen out, but United doing a ton of damage onto Four Funners in transition.
They just couldn't get... it looks like they thought that somebody was here, and it was Luke 12, but Luke 12 got taken out. So Four Funners had to make the push before they got a chance to really decently scout that out. And as a result, they end up trying to play around the outside of it and clean it out before trying to push in. And now they will get the res onto ice. So at least they're back up to 2 strong, and they have a shack.
Oh, actually taking a knock here. We're in a position just outside of the circle. You can already see one member of Gas Cans posted up. Adam here. Try and keep them at bay. Actually, Spicy Fish sending into the ridge right in front. Your host should be able to find all of these kills right now.
And they do.
They do?
There you go. Just like that. Spicy Fish eliminated in 7th place. They had to go somewhere. Unfortunately, Yahoo wins the waiting game. And they will hold on for right now. It looks like they would love to take Gas Can's spot here. Gas Can is actually in a 2-2. They haven't been able to get the whole team over to this ridge line just yet. And the quicker the Yahoo can figure that out or try to act upon that, the better for them. As United starting to come in on that eastern side. They're trying to get within range of Four Funners. They will find one. Can they find the second? As the Molotov will come through. Ice is on fire. Four Funners is out.
Flood actually taking a load of damage here. Should be able to stabilize. Actually, Snaker's going to get knocked from the delayed damage off ice, but elsewhere, Yahoo now trying to aggress onto Gas Cans. Nikos will find the opener with the nade. Actually, the second knock as well comes through.
Oh, Gas Cans will get Waikika a little bit closer. They're still holding strong right now. Sparking will get flushed out. Shimboy's still down. I believe Balefrost might be the last one up, and he will find Nikos, but United still trying to hold their position. There you go. Yahoo does get eliminated. Gas Cans hold strong. And we're down to our top 4 teams. 3-4 strong if Gas Cans can get that res, which they should. Ooh, cow.
Oh, you spoke too soon.
I did. Almost always.
Might be able to recover, though. Zella, actually.
No grenades, man. No offensive utility at all.
Yeah. Almost really, what's the value of putting him there if he's not able to do much other than take a dry peek? But Flood actually going to punish him with the throwable. And yeah, no real chance. I mean, he's got a long way to crawl.
Yeah. Unfortunate there for Zealot. Again, we didn't see the initial push and to see if Zealot actually had some utility to use and maybe just used it all, and Flood and Snakers just survived the onslaught. As Kurt with the grenade from downtown. It wouldn't be a North American PUBG event without Kurt landing a mile-long grenade onto somebody.
You know, they got themselves up to 10 kills in the meanwhile.
Jeez.
And Zelot did actually make that crawl all the way back, so...
He actually made it.
Okay, I'm going to be able to find the rest. T-Sock actually finding a headshot to Snakers with a bolty.
We bolty boys. I love to see it.
Couple of bits of utility as well, and looking at this circle, I don't think United have anything to play even close to that shack.
I mean,
they've had to burn a lot of utility just surviving there as well, Poro.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, to be in their defense, there's a lot of utility, a lot of crates surrounding that shack right there. So maybe they can replenish their stock here, replenish their supply. Although Relo only 2 frags and 1 smoke in hand, so maybe not as stacked as they would like. As it looks like, oh, Alo find man. Relo through the window. He's gonna find Flood to Alo. Is this the SLR god?
I mean, if they can blow one of the vehicles up as well, I'm not sure. Proximity damage is going to do enough. Zello actually follows up on that. Flood will get re-knocked now.
Wildcard absolutely had to, but United doing a great job. It's actually Kickstart doing a great job of holding Wildcard at bay. I mean, you had to know as soon as Wildcard sees those 2 knocks on the kill feed, they're going to try to go and push. But Kickstart doing a fantastic job of preventing that as Zealot has gone down against Ray. will try to land some more shots at E United. This is just survival at its finest right now.
How do United close this gap? You see the smoke's coming out already. I don't think the train will stretch far enough. They have to find another knock or something to move off here. Or maybe the train does stretch far enough. You see, they might be able to find all the way to the edge of the compound.
They actually do, and they got grenades in hand. They're going to try to make the run. Flood and Relo already sending it. Kickstart going to send one. Be careful, Flood. You don't want to get too close there. They haven't exploded just yet. Kurt just going to shoot through the smoke, hope to find something. Zealot will find Flood with that AK. That'll be Flood spotted out, but Relo, Snakers, Kickstart, the rest of the gang have gotten up to the smallest of ridge lines. Relo will find Zray. T-Sock will trade it back with a nice grenade onto Snakers. As there it goes. T-Sock will find two more as Kickstart and Snakers both go down. Relo just trying to survive here. Going for the heel. Snakers on his 27th knock. You can see him just bleeding out almost instantly.
Actually,
look at SGK.
Yeah. Looking to flex a little away from their position, try and capitalize on this pressure.
Oh, what a shot. Okay.
And Kurt already now in a position to almost gatekeep Wildcard. Now, a lot of utility burnt up by Wildcard in terms of lethal, at least, to prevent E United finding their way to the compound. Not sure what they'll have left here. SDK playing split. They have a real opportunity here to prevent Wildcard from even leaving the compound.
Yeah, this is, despite the fact that it's a 4v2, this is, as you said, it is far from an easy win here for Wildcard, as Halo just can't seem to miss right now. And Kurt has managed to take over that position right on the roadside. Got to imagine he's still sitting on plenty of utility. Okay, 2 grenades and 3 Molotovs. He's just fine. It looks like Alo trying to spot out anybody peeking. And Wildcard looking to see if they can just... one knock, man. That's all they... Oh, this is a nasty angle from T-Sock. Doesn't hit it, though.
As time progresses, you got to say this one does lean in favor of SDK. If they can do enough damage here, the blue will become a factor.
I mean, he's sitting on a level 1 vest pushing forward. That's how busted up Wildcard is right now. The smoke's kind of come down, but we saw that Kurt has all that offensive utility. I don't even know if he's been spotted just yet. This flashbangs from Alo will start things off as Wildcard tries to move forward through that smoke wall. Kurt has that grenade in hand. This could be big. We'll find some damage. Won't get the knock, though.
It slows them down, like I said. And
oh, that could be big.
What?
Oh!
No way.
Oh, he finds 2. And T-Sock and Zealot less than half HP. Kurt will try to take the high ground. He's going to spot out 1, but he goes down. T-Sock will trade it. It's now a 1v1. Alo and T-Sock. The smoke cloud could keep T-Sock alive or could try to maybe get the res, but the flashbangs from Alo, T-Sock can't go for it. It's going to be a big 1v1. T-Sock, the smoke wall, you can see it's starting to go down. Alo working around the edge, goes for the flush. And he wins it. Alo gets the victory for shoot to kill. It was looking like it could be a great shoot to kill game. And they end up delivering, man.
It comes down to a 2v4. All credit has to go to Kurt there, though. Creates so much damage. And like I said, it slows Wildcard down enough where the smokes start to expire. At that point, there's one nade that comes through, does all of that damage. Wow, what an ending. I'm not sure if you're still with me, Pyro, because I'm just seeing a frozen camera frame right now. And I guess not, seeing as I'm full screen. So looks like it's just me for the time being, guys. Just an insane performance from SDK. Again, they had the benefit of the early positioning in terms of the circle. Ultimately, things don't really go their way and lose 2 along the way. And have to concede a little bit of territory, but comes down to who'd have thought it. Some great utility usage in the end game there. And like I said, credit to Kurt in really being able to slow down Wildcard's progress out of the compound there. It should have been Wild. There was Wildcard's game to lose, ultimately. We do take a quick look at the highlights here, and this was a big play here from Palex. It was huge in this engagement towards BBG up on Everest. a ton of damage here. Vegas actually almost turning things around, but too many flashes come through, and Sociopath, the guy I said, as a solo, not going to be able to do too much to play spoiler. Did just that. An interesting game too, at least a much slower one. Obviously not too many dead rotations in terms of making it to Sosnovka, and pretty action-packed here in terms of some of these desperation sends towards the late game. United did well to find as many kills as they did as well, remaining active throughout. Another nade from Kurt here, but this is what I was talking about. Again, the combination, some of the throwables just to make sure that they can't play inside these smokes, and then the nade to confirm the damage outside. Comes down to the 1v1, and Alo clutches it up for SDK. I'm not sure if we're going to be able to take a quick look at either the match leaderboard or the overall leaderboard. I'm sure it'll pop up when it's ready, but another double-digit game for the match winner here. Actually, just thinking back, Yahoo obviously able to post some kills. At least I think they were up to 6 kills by the time that they left Radio Tower. So that should bolster their game 1 performance as well. But for SDK, again, well, I think they came out with maybe 7 or 8 points from match 1. So to come out with a a double-digit kill win here in game 2, definitely going to be something that they're looking for here. I think we're actually going to, just to get Poro back in, we're going to throw to a quick break here, take a breather, make sure that we can get situated with the leaderboards and whatnot. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Well, hello. It is I.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you. That end of that match was so exciting, it blew a breaker in my house. So hopefully that doesn't happen again. But if it does, I know I have faith in Hypoc to carry me through. But exciting end game there as shoot to kill nets a beautiful win.
Yeah, it is. And I was talking about the impact. Well, I think it was 7 or 8 points in game one for SDKs, and Yahoo kind of keeping pace with the kill count they were able to rack up. But I was talking about this end game, Poro. This is it's just so precise with the utility from Kurt. The incendiaries inside the smokes to make sure they can't play inside, and then the follow-up nade just outside, knowing full well they have to retreat to some form of cover.
I mean, just it's like herding cattle here. I mean, he's like a sheepdog with those grenades. He only had 2. He had 2 frag grenades, and he just uses the first one to put them right all on top of each other. The second one, you could almost see they were hurting them with fire, and they were hurting them with grenades, and then in the end it just comes down to Alo and the 1v1. I mean, they don't call him the mid-range champion for nothing.
And actually, it came here as soon as this smoke actually expires. It was a straight up gun battle there, and actually came down to the wire. I think Alo's HP did dip into the red, but as you can see here, another 21-point game here for shoot to kill. United as well, racking up. They found themselves 10 kills, and like I said, Yahoo as well, able to really buffer that game one performance with 12 points on this one.
Yeah, man, right off the bat, this is starting to feel like United from ESL, where they just, even if they weren't winning, they were putting up double-digit points in so many different games, where it became stifling. But again, you mentioned it already, Yahoo also finding 12 points in that one off of the back of that game one win. So the rich kind of getting richer here a little bit.
Yeah, notable performances obviously from Wildcard getting themselves to second place. Little bit of a compound curse, you could argue, in terms of the kill count they were able to rack up. But at that point, you're kind of committed to the position, right? You have to just make sure you ride it out, make sure you capitalize those placement points. And a good defense put up versus a United. It burned up a lot of utility that you could say sways that end fight at least. But STK had already made enough progress with sending Kurt towards the van, the bus, whatever you want to call it, outside the compound to close the gap whilst that engagement with the United was happening.
Still wild to me that Zealot was able to crawl all the way back to that compound after pushing United the way he did.
Exactly. Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, it's also wild to me that how long United was able to stay alive at that shack with everybody looking
they were getting
right
peppered. I mean, what was it? Alo found back-to-back SLR headshots as well, and then on the back of that, there was another not coming through from Wildguard whilst they were trying to kickstart doing really, really well to, I guess, output some damage in that chaos.
Yeah, I mean, again, we mentioned it during the cast, but the fact that Kickstart was able to hold off the push from Wildcard basically single-handedly, because I mean, the only other player alive was trying to go for the reses, right? So it was all on to Kickstart, and man, he delivered, got the knock, kind of held them at bay, and kept the United in that thing for a little bit longer. Now, eventually they did try to have to go and make that push. It was always going to be difficult, always going to be hard, and got to give credit to Wildcard where it's due. They managed to hold them off.
Yeah, and it's again, we were talking about kind of some of the early victories that some of these teams can find. That's definitely one coming in from an Opens team that you come through and go toe to toe with some big names in the end game. That's definitely one that's got to have them feeling themselves coming into the next.
For sure. Well, that's a Millie circle, and that's a South George Everest Hospital circle back to back. What is game 3 going to deliver us? I have no idea, but it's
been the wheel.
It's been pretty fun so far, for sure. And and honestly, some of the team, again, Open Qualifier team, 4 funners, have been looking pretty salty here through 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, for
not really an easy out.
No. There's, I think, similar to game 1, that there's not an awful lot to take away in terms of the macro element of this one in particular. This is a circle that, like I said, we noted this from very early on. Unless you're there early, you don't really get a say in terms of benefiting from some positions. And the teams that do obviously prioritize early position, they do have to ride out the early game. There's no real way to pressure so many rotations coming in, especially with the way the terrain lies around Hospital.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at a couple of teams that are game 1 and game 2 winners. STK and Yahoo. What are they looking like head to head right now? So far, Yahoo getting the edge in kills and damage. STK though, the 22% headshot. Gotta give it to Alo, right? I mean, Alo he was nuts that last game.
Yeah, he really was. And again, it's always amazing to watch it. This is kind of the STK of old, right? Even if they they're down to backs against the wall. They lose too early in a circle that you said they are really in favorable position early on. But still, they go down swinging, right? And even if they're not going out, they're closing out this game in what felt like they barely broke a sweat, right? The plan was there. You could see the intention very early on from the setup, and they make use of that timing.
Yeah, it's like you said, classic SDK. Well, they finally got a circle that falls on top of their compound or their loot spot. Game 2, and they get the win. So, it maybe might not have been as clean or as dominating as they would have liked, but you know what? They still end up with a boatload of kills and the victory for it. So, no harm, no foul. We are ready to get into game number 3, however, and man, what are we gonna get this time? Stalber? I'll take it.
Don't even.
Come on, bro.
I mean, Stauber is like my least favorite circle. It's just a mess in the mid game. Again, there's no real comfortable positions for teams. But having said that, now coming back to the point farm, it is kind of one of those you can roam on foot very early on, right?
Yeah.
Maybe it can produce some magic for us.
And it's also one of those ones where it feels like everybody's so right on top of each other all the way up to the very end. So it definitely leads to some interesting late game fighting. The plane kind of. Yeah, I wanted to say it's favoring the Stalber sector, but whatever. It's right down the middle. We'll take that. Everybody should be happy with this one.
Yeah, well, I mean, actually, considering how far to the west the previous was, I guess this is going to be a welcomed plane path, to say the least, for the players.
It feels so weird talking about the plane paths and the influence that they're having, but it really did feel like lately they've been super influential. It's not just brain dead filler at this point talking about plane paths. Like it's really having an impact on some of these teams and some of these games. Right off the bat, you can see SDK not looting over in South Georgia, instead opting for that Millie.
Yeah, this is again, this has been difficult for them to traverse. Previously, we were talking about that bridge camp back in the ESL Masters, but hoping history won't repeat itself. Again, not much overlap this time. I mean, maybe Dragon and Veritas, but this looks like maybe a drop towards vehicles more so. So every team should be able to get themselves situated, and it's heavy to the north. 70 down towards the southeast side of shooting range, going to be central here.
Not as stalbery as I'd like, but you know what? We take it. So okay, now I got the interesting question. So SDK, whenever they're looting in South Georgia and you see the Millie circle pop, they like to play for kills early, right? They do the camping and all that stuff, all that fun stuff. Now that's the opposite, where they're in Millie, they drop Millie, and now it's a far north circle. Do we expect to see them do the same thing? Do a little Millie camping? Maybe going after TTG?
Maybe.
They're not scared of early fighting, especially if it's a team that they think they can beat. Which, I mean, all credit where it's due to TTG to Train to Go, but it's an open qualifier team. Like SDK is probably looking at that like that's a fight we feel pretty comfortable about.
It definitely is. My eyes glued on really how SDK play this early game. It's these are the sorts of games we talk about, right? Where SDK aren't in a favorable early position. I guess that's salvage. And they do have obviously the benefit now of getting a big point cushion, so they can afford to take a few more risks, at least in the early game.
Oh, Halo's got Kurt's gun.
Does he hand it over?
Yeah, the M249. I mean, he's got to, doesn't he?
Oh, didn't he tweet the other day that two members of my team think the M249 is trolling, and the other two agree with it?
I don't know if you guys haven't got a chance to watch some of Purdy Curdy's quote unquote brutal PUBG series, definitely check it out. But it was interesting hearing him talk about some of the best drop spots on Erangel and Miramar. Now Miramar was a little bit more interesting to me, but it's still interesting to me that Pachinki Picado gets so much love for being just like the end all be all. But man, I was thinking to myself the other day, obviously Sonic's in PGIS victory there. When's the last time we've seen a team win a major event from the Pachinko Picado drop spot. Almost feels like it's almost worth more trouble than it's worth when you get to international, doesn't it?
I mean, when you bring international into the discussion, yeah, I think it maybe skews the perspective slightly. A little bit of damage goes on to STK, but nothing converted yet, as Penta's going to be able to break line of sight. Hey.
Snow Patrol really won there, didn't
Yeah, yeah. I mean, a little ahead of the curve with how far this is north. No surprise that STK try and get the hell out of Dodge early on. I think they benefit from timing in terms of where Snow Patrol are in their loot phase.
Yeah. Well, I'm actually kind of surprised to see them go that early. I mean, usually kind of used to seeing them be comfortable with eating a little blue damage there in circle one if it goes way far away from them. But this time around, being a little bit more proactive might have something to do with the fact that military island and that south coast has so many teams that play around it. They just don't want to get caught up in all that nonsense. Try to make that rotation a little bit quicker, as you said. But right off the bat, looks like they'll be okay. They'll survive the Snow Patrol onslaught for the time being, although they are kind of working around Gatka right now, seeing Dragon do the old Gatka split. But quite a few teams already opting for north of the river here.
Parkin gonna get himself an MK14 pretty early on. He's been sharp in the first two games as well. Noted it in game one, but particularly a previous game as well towards Radio Tower. And this is it. The momentum building pretty early on for them. And in this point format, I mean, you can really run away with some games just by farming those kills.
No, absolutely. Players like that tend to feed off of getting that snowball rolling. Let's see if Dodge or Lethal Association can maybe get something going for themselves here. Dodge, as we mentioned, came in here pretty hot in terms of scrim results, but as we know, scrim results not the end-all be-all of anything. But gotta say, Ethan definitely looking super, super dangerous in ESL 1, and I believe he had 4 or 5 kills in game 1, so it looks like he's still feeling on top of things here. Does Dodge even know that LA is here?
Doesn't look that
Does
way.
not look like
yeah.
it.
Finna gonna get punished pretty early on. Actually, the trade comes through from Ethan. And the confirm as well.
Ethan with the instant trade, and Enley are gonna hop out. Ethan reads them like a book, though, and that is too easy picked up for Ethan, as it looks like they have smoked off their knocked player. Should be able to get that res, as now Hikerman has come to join the fray, and now Sociopath and Grant Landis left to pick up the pieces. What a response from Ethan.
Yeah. Immediately flipping that back in Dodge's favor, and now LA on the back foot in terms of this engagement. Really, Sociopath and Grand Lantis pretty split as well, so unless one of them can find a knock, maybe create an opener here, Dodge should be able to just wrap the compound. Just a matter of time.
Yeah, they are being pretty cavalier about how they're doing it. Hikerman just pushing into these compounds. Grant Landis will back away for the time being, but now the rest of Dodge has arrived. They've gotten their res, they've gotten healed up, and they have their full attention devoted to cleaning up these last 2 members of LA. As you said, completely split. Ethan should hear those footsteps just above him. I think he realizes what's going on. Meanwhile, nope, never mind. We just a little bit of a misclick there on the observer. There we go. Ethan has to face the shotgun. Grant Landis. No, it's Sociopath. Gets Ethan immediately. Where's the backup, Ethan? Is anybody going to be there with him? The flashbang's coming through to try to prevent the flush, but he goes down anyway. Ethan making the solo push up the stairs, doesn't have the support, and he ends up going down.
Slight slip up from the nade as well. Well, the flash to prevent a further push. Finna actually going to find Grand Lantis now. Hikerman actually sharing the roof with him. Dodge lose one in scenario. You got to say they shouldn't really. They have a massive advantage here.
That's a unfortunate.
I want to see them lose another one. That's all I got to say.
It's a good angle being held by Hikerman here. They're going to try to send the flames in. Keep Sociopath on his toes. That shotgun could do some big work, though, if they decide to push this carelessly. They're definitely re-racking. Don't want to lose another one, as that's a good grenade from Cherry. That one finds its mark, and Lethal Association gets cleaned up. Oh, yep, they're going to let them know.
Let them know. Again, we're really that Dodger on the back foot from the get-go in that Halo.
I'm telling you, man, he can't miss. It was SLR last time. This time it's a mini.
Cobalt plucked from the vehicle all the way through. Halo pretty late in here, actually, towards Hospital. And Luke 12 a little further afield. Gonna get the second one. Just struggling to find that last tag. Only gonna be one kill in rotation, but again, STK set up early. One of these rotation traps.
Yeah, it's a interesting place to set up for, considering they looted down in on Millie, as they end up catching out at least one from Snow Patrol here. We'll see where they decide to go next. Circle does shift to the north, and it's still going to be close to Stalber. Love to see it.
Not so much.
See, I prefer when they're like right on top of Stalber. I want to see. I like the east side of Stalber being in play. West side of Stalber is a little bit more boring, but you know what? They'll still deliver here. As Pat Cap's pulling right up onto the compound. The rest of his team still leaving Yasnaya. But Pat got to play his life a little bit here. Uh-oh. What?
What?
T8? Oh, no.
Yeah. In the blink of an eye.
I mean, almost instantly TA gets taken down. Okay. Well, back to this, as it looks like the rest of Spicy Fish starting to arrive. Pat Cap needs to be careful in that smoke. Will get some support from Silers and force Crop off the angle. But McLovin has a nice little angle of his own here. You can see Silers just kind of spotting things out. It looks like it was just a mission to rescue Pat there more than anything. Oh no, and it didn't work. Oh no. Oh, that feels so bad.
Yeah, it does. Spicy Fish will lose Pat Caps. Will continue as 3 and look to explore elsewhere in this circle.
Yeah, a little bit of a slow start for the Fish here through 2 games. They're just getting they're getting dinked and dunked, man. They're getting picked for 1, it seems, early every single game, and just kind of having to re-rack and reset with 3. We'll see how they decide to do this time around, as they do have Yasnaya, nobody really around them, so they can kind of take a pause here. As well, SGK just refuses to leave Snow Patrol alone here. That is a very blue mini map. Okay, we're not gonna troll anymore. That's
No.
okay. We'll reset. Rest of the team's already in circle. Luke just really wanted that kill.
Yeah. I mean, when you're feeling it, when you feel like you've got a kill.
Poor Sneezy. The rest of his team is all the way south of Yaz. He's going to be on his own for the foreseeable future here. It looks like pretty much everybody's making their way into the circle now. TTG eating a little bit of blue, going for that big wrap around on the eastern side. To be careful about Built by Gamers, though. There's down to 52 alive, 14 teams remaining. This circle feels a lot bigger than it might actually be.
I've seen here where SDK decide to end up again. It's unlikely they're going to be benefiting from the next shift. Again, they're so late on. Actually, it's better than I anticipated here. The water's still a factor. Again, a good idea of where this is going to end up.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dynamic sending it to the to the shed pretty early on. Looks like it's paying off dividends for him, or at least for the time being, as Sneezy will go down to the blue. That feels bad. Got bullied by Luke into going down to the blue. In Vegas, we'll take a few shots towards TTG. Damage will be found, but no knocks just yet, as TTG will escape into the friendly confines of Yesnaya. Meanwhile, Wildcard pushing down from the north side have Veritas in a little bit of a 2-2 split, and they also have United holding on to the high ground right now. Adam actually going to find Show to open things up here.
That's your show gets confirmed by Raven here on the pull-up. Just Wildcard the ones to benefit from that knock and get themselves a position as well over on the north side. As for, it's going to be difficult to leave there any later. Nikos, a ton of damage. We'll find the knock onto J-Sank. Immediately stole away. Tries to get the re-peek onto Nerf as well. Caught out in the open here. Just one more will do it, but Nerf finds a little bit of safety inside that smoke.
Yeah, I mean, Nikos, big damage dealer there. 4 gas cans in ESL. Looks like Veritas will be cleaned up, and that is going to be 3 teams eliminated now. Lethal Association, TAC 8, and Veritas already out, as gas cans holds on to that northwestern split. We do have Dragon making a long wrap around on the north side here. They're not going to find anywhere friendly to come in here anytime soon. Snow Patrol trying to get down to the radio tower. Looks like they've at least managed to find a tenuously safe spot, but STK in the gas station has to be a little bit scary.
Does indeed. How much they go exploring here is actually Halo will find still hassling Snow Patrol, man.
Just never ends.
It's brutal. It's brutal.
It's just cyberbullying at this point, isn't it? Well, won't be able to confirm it just yet, so it looks like Snow Patrol might be able to get that res. And, well, of course I had to open my big stupid mouth.
Yep. Yep.
There you go.
Bye, Snow Patrol.
Yep. STK, job done, I guess, as Snow Patrol gets cleaned up. 4 kills in the bag.
Taking them about 14 and a half minutes, but yeah, finally. Just a matter of when, not if.
You don't get more points for doing it quickly. So, job done. Meanwhile, Dragon had that long wrap on the... Oh, Shirky! Hit the bolt on the kickstart. Put that man down. SKZ going to go down to the blue, though, as now it's just Lemon Squeezy and Shirky trying to take on United by themselves. Spot out Snakers. Shot not going to land. We'll switch over to the M4. Won't find the shots either, but Snakers will. Oh, my goodness. Just rips them apart. And now Dragon down to just Lemon Squeezy, who's hopping into the vehicle and just sending it back where they came from, I guess, off to the west.
It really is. United got to make moves at some point, and they, again, their side of the circle, not necessarily anything to send it towards. You have Wildcard and the remnants of Dodge to deal with on the way. Just to see where they end up.
Yeah. Another one we're kind of keeping our eyes on. We saw TTG creeping into that eastern side of Yasnaya, as Built by Gamers was kind of shepherding them, and they push them right into Spicy Fish. Uncivil will find Fee. And now Silers will bleed out, it looks like. Uncivil and Icyflex have to push in, but BBG just going to find them as well, as Icyflex gets knocked. Civ trying to see if he can maybe find this last member of TTG before he has to push in. We'll hold on to that wall and try to get the point, if nothing else.
Vegas will confirm that. BBG's second. Again, lots of space to make up, though. Another team that really you got to keep your eye on here of where they end up, because there's not too much in the form of options. Reload should find a freebie here.
Oh!
Okay. Not so much a freebie.
Less free than they would have you believe. Okay, Snakers will eventually just push on to ice. This is a Both these big players so far here today. I'm liking it. Reload should get rezzed pretty easily, but 4Funners back on the move. As we see BBG trying to push in. Sparking on the split. Sparking will go down to Honey Badger. And we can see in the kill feed, 4Funners, well, they're just getting picked apart here by United. Relo, not sure if that's a re-knock or him still down. Actually, it might be a re-knock. He's going down real fast, bleeding out extremely quick. But now Flood has been spotted out. Wild card making the wraparound on this eastern side, perfectly timed.
Snakers will pick up T-Stock, though. Reload will be confirmed by the blue. Zilot now out in no man's land. Kickstart going to punish him with the Org. United have lost 2, but already put 7 kills up. Just not comfortable here. Magi actually finds Snakers as well, so Kickstart, the last man standing for United here.
Oh, everything's bad. Kickstart taking blue damage. He'll find 1 knock, but will go down to the zone. Spicy Fish will also go down, as well as Uncivil will go down to the zone. Looks like Maji should be able to make it up to Zray to get this res, but again, the circle pops far off to the west. And I mean, gas cans is just set, aren't they?
Should be. Definitely should be. Yahoo have to settle for this. Again, late game, yeah, maybe, but right now it's definitely not comfortable. They certainly can't be active from this position. I hope and pray that they don't feel any pressure here.
Well, as they stare at each other, think about what they've done. I mean, late game, it's phase 5 and there's 22 alive, 7 teams remaining. I mean, that's what we've kind of come to expect here from these North America regional qualifiers. This is Dodge down to Hikerman and Cherry. They've got nothing else to do but to send it, and they're going to get close. But look at this, White Kick a Moo Cow. Any shots, not going to get the knock. It's going to be Kynes from Dynamic that will finish off Hikerman. Cow will steal that one away. Cherry has to stop down briefly to heal up, but Vegas, well, there you go. Dodge is out.
BBG do actually remain as 4. I was talking about how few options they had in that previous circle. Now, actually, in terms of how this terrain lies, I mean, this is the circle you want to see them make something happen at least. Not too much to move into, but might be able to do enough damage here. Actually, Raven and the rest of Wildcard might be in a position to punish it.
Oof. Maji will find the opening knock onto Vegas. Will be confirmed by Raven. As now Colton will find Penta. So lots of long range battles going on here by these teams working around the edge. Colton again with Zray. It's another one. Has BBG 4 in the bag already. They do lose Vegas in the process. Maji trying to survive here for wildcard. Will send a probing grenade, a hopeful grenade. Doesn't look like it will find anything though, as he's just relying on that smoke to keep him alive a little bit longer. Does get the heal off. Where do you even go at this point if you're Maji? There you go. Gats will be the one to do it. That'll be another kill in the bag for BBG. Dynamic still 4 strong, still have a compound. Not sure what their kill count is looking like right now. Is it that's 4 kills overall for the day, so not sure what they're sitting on for the moment. New circle will pop and it's going to head south.
And now Yahoo pretty happy with that. I mean, once this closes, they do have the opportunity to at least flex out of the shack a little bit, even if it's not comfortable. Gascan's with a wide spread, actually. See how much of this zone they actually control with this position, and fairly proactive as well. You have the real say at pressuring, particularly BBG. See Nico sending shots that way already.
And Gascans did lose 1. So they are down to 3, working this edge, as you said. But where do you even go now? I mean, I guess they could wrap down to the south, but you know you got 2 for STK just kind of hiding out in this little ditch right here. Very beaten and bruised. Penta and Luke. 3 kills for STK. Top 5, once again, Nikos will find the shed. Looks like they are aware that this is clear. They're just going to take shots over towards Yahoo and just kind of open up the door here for the rest of the gang to get in. So we've kind of reached that slow stage here because there's just not a lot of players left.
Well, like I said, though, once this closes, Yahoo have an opportunity to at least have a say here. Gas cans now collapsing towards the west side, and actually see on the minimap just how tight it is for gas cans. Yahoo in that regard almost have a little bit more space to work with, a little bit more comfort outside the shack.
One thing gas cans have going for them more than anything is they got the little car dealership there. So, but I mean, are you going to want to hop in that vehicle and start driving over towards Yahoo? I mean, that just feels dangerous. Is Luke 12 finding out the second you hop into a vehicle, you are just going to get popped from multiple angles, even through the smoke. As it looks like Penta maybe traded a little something back onto Colton just to keep him safe a little bit.
Shimboy finding a knock as well onto gas cans. Honey Badger trying to pressure SDK. We'll find Luke 12. We'll get the confirm as well. So it's just Penta left now. Again, not much comfort to find behind that tree. UBG up to 7 kills now as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was always going to be tough for these teams that are playing right on the edges here. As it looks like the knock came out on Yahoo, and Dynamic decided to try to send Lister right in to see if they can maybe capitalize off of it. But he's going to go down to his own teammate. Lister had the shotgun push, but unfortunately Vixus will land the stray bullet through the smoke. And that just feels really bad.
It does. Red shot has fallen, so Gascad's down to 3 here. And the next circle, I mean, nobody really wins off this. I'd almost be surprised if it even makes it to closing out here.
Yeah, this is...
Oh, now have to, I mean, they have to make use of a lot of utility just to survive the early shrink here. Punich gets picked off by Waikakamukau.
Yeah, this is bad news for Yahoo, bad news for everybody. Dynamic, meanwhile, going to hop in the vehicle, start sending it. BBG actually just going to push right into Penta. Penta will at least get the knock onto Gats, but they should have plenty of time to get this res up before the circle starts to move again here. Balefrost will find Vixus, will find another knock onto Dynamic. Camberghini, the last one up, hiding behind the US, hiding behind the tree, hiding within the concealment of the smoke, as gas cans will go over to Waikakamukau's position and see if they can gatekeep Yahoo a little bit further from here. Balefrost still fixated on Dynamic.
No real damage coming through after the knock, though. So, again, Yahoo have to make use of this utility early on here if they want to make any progress towards the circle. Still got a little bit of distance to close. You can see on the minimap, and Dynamic can just set up here. Balefrost going to try and send some lethal utility forwards.
Oh!
Actually, we'll find it there. Vixus will fall.
That actually hit. I thought it was short, but what a grenade from Bale, and now the hardcover is gone. Cam chancing around, but unfortunately, Waikakamukau will pick his pocket, and that's 2 more kills in the bag for gas cans, as they are just doing the most with this position that they have. 5 kills for Waikakamukau.
Gascans, good sightlines, but again, if this does come to phase 8 and beyond, not really seeing anybody having a comfortable setup here as Shimboy. We'll actually find Adam. Nikos will respond though. Shimboy falling on the back of that, and now BBG actually in a position to punish Gascans. They've read this perfectly. The nades comes through. Is anything going to find? It will. Waikakamukau down as well now.
And that's going to open up the door here for Yahoo to get the res onto their knocked player. Nikos, the last one up, sending bullets still over towards Yahoo, as BBG pausing the smoke, kind of putting a damper onto things here. Colton tried to go over there, but he's going to take shots from Yahoo. So every team really kind of defending each other, and Nikos will go down to a well-placed Molotov from Gats. BBG's youngster, the young gunner, finally getting a chance to get into this lobby. They will find the knock on to Balefrost. Yoho just hiding behind this burnt out husk of a UAZ while BBG surrounds them.
How Yoho have still got 3 up here on the back of that. BBG now in a very, very awkward position. Yeah, Poonage, decent sight lines onto that ridge, but we'll have to see just how it lies once this circle closes. Yeah, speaking of awkward positions, you just pan out to the free cam there. Not so comfortable either.
Ain't great. It ain't great. Well, Honey Badger trying to see if he can find a little bit of an angle here. Colton, very, very low there. Not sure who landed those shots, but Yoho letting him know that they are keeping an eye on the edges of those smokes. How long can BBG keep this smoke going? As it looks like Yoho has at least gotten Poonage over to the tree, but I mean, you can see on the map, they can kind of hang out here. I believe that they're still being circled. Gat's going to take some big damage as well. Yoho is just landing so many shots. It's making this hard for BBG.
It really is. It does really just come down to the raw aim of Yoho, though, because see here, Poonage no more smokes. I'm not sure how it lies for the other players, but yeah, as you can see here, the pressure
They got nothing.
really on Yoho. Yeah, nothing. Trying to knock, though.
They might not have utility, but they got some bullets, and they're going to find out, but it doesn't matter. Honey Badger will be the one to do it. Gat's actually getting one of those as well. Built by Gamers wins game number 3 with 13 kills.
Again, that MK14 just doing absolute wonders there in the late game again. It's the perfect scenario, right? Just lined up behind the same tree, just tap it out, farming the damage, finding everything necessary to close things out there for BBG.
Man, that was it was a little bit of a slow burn there towards the end, but that's just kind of how the cookie crumbles when you got a wide open field ending. There's just not that many teams left. I mean, the fact that Yoho was able to stay alive as long as they did, just with nothing but a burnt out US to hide behind. Crazy stuff from Yoho, but what a win from Built by Gamers. Complete control over that south side. It was a very hard fought game from all of those top 5 teams.
It was, but again, you think actually back to that kind of mid-game transition, BBG are the ones that didn't really look as if they had anything tangible, anything feasible to work on. So to see them make it into the late game and close it out, absolute testament to that performance.
Yeah, and again, we were talking about BBG. I mean, this is a team that played through ESL with a sub, and now they have Gats. They have their regular player that's there, and it looks like Gats is ready to play. I mean, he's coming in ready to frag out. We saw big damage from him, big kills coming through, but we are ready. Let's take a look at some of those highlights from that last game. Hi, Pac. I know you love highlights.
Started off pretty early as well with what an interesting team fight as well. Dodge managing to swing this back after that early disadvantage they found themselves in. You just going down swinging, man. This was an absolute bloodbath over here between them and Wildcard. Eventually, they do fall, but you see, this is the sort of position I was talking about here, with BBG being kind of locked out with nothing but just a slither of terrain to play from, and ultimately, it's all the pressure. And plays like this ultimately remove some of these risks. STK falling as well, and Yoho. I mean, they made the best of a bad situation,
How did
right?
that hit? They really did. I mean, they really did. They tried to do whatever they could with what they had, but I mean, this was a heck of a push from BBG here. I'm not sure if those were gas can smokes or BBG smokes. Either way, it ended up sealing gas can's doom here as Honey Badger just landing the big shots there. It's too much in the end for Yoho to deal with, and BBG clutches out that victory. But that's 3 games down. We're about ready to switch over to Miramar, and so far, man, if there's one thing that I've learned from this lobby so far, there's just no easy outs. These teams nobody's going down without a fight, it feels like.
No, and I think as well we're seeing some early indicators that are pretty concerning. Where STK looking to continue, I guess, the SDK of old, right, in terms of these early rotation traps. So that's caused problems for a number of teams, I guess, positioned towards the west and towards the north. So that's definitely something I'm keeping my eye on. Here, actually, are probably the slowest of the games from SDK. Again, not really much to work from after they get themselves to gas station. Not an awful lot, really, in the rest of that game in the conclusion.
Yeah, definitely a weird one there, but they still managed to net some placement points for themselves as well. So, you know, getting to that late game, regardless of the circle going away from them there. But BBG collecting a nice little stack of points for themselves. Good enough to put them into third. Overall, Yaho, though, still holding on to the King's spot there. 45 points in the bag. Shoot to kill right behind them with 36. So very, very close towards the middle of the pack right now, as you can see all the way down. Really, Train to Go, TAC 8, Lethal Association, despite the fact that they're kind of sitting towards the bottom right now, they still, I mean, you've seen, it's not easy to get these teams out. They're trading with the heavy hitters of this lobby. Yeah,
they are. Looking at actually, it's, I don't want to say a gap already developing, but you look at anything really below fifth here. Obviously, you can throw wildcard in the mix as well, but some of these teams need to maintain these average points per game if they want to remain relevant, at least in the early part of the group stages.
Well, it's only 3 games in, so plenty of time for all of these games to re-rack a little bit. But before we take a break, we are going to take a quick break before we come back to finish out on Miramar. But we want to let you know that we're bringing you even more Battle Royale madness, as New State Mobile is launching the new State Mobile mashup, where you can play in weekly events hosted by your favorite influencers and qualify to play against them for a share of the $250,000 prize pool. Check out again all the details at esl.gg/New State Mobile mashup.com in there somewhere. But yeah, I'm a boomer. I don't know how internet sites work, but we're going to take a quick break and re-rack a little bit here before we head over to Miramar. So guys, don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Hello, everybody. We are back once again to get ready to go into the final 3 games of the first day of play here for the North American Regional Qualifiers. I am Porosaurus. Joining me once again is Hypoc. And how you liking the game so far, man? It's been kind of barn burner.
We've had a kind of mixed bag. Again, 3 different winners. I think as well 3 very, very different circles as well in terms of the nature and the macro element of these.
Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely been a mixed bag so far. Well, let's take a quick moment to remind you of the format here. Most important thing right now is we are in those regional playoffs. The top 6 will go on to the grand finals, while 7 through 14 will be going to the last chance qualifier, which will take place next weekend. Now, obviously, nobody wants to go to the LCQ, right? That's just that's kind of leaving things to the last minute.
Yeah, it is, and like I said, it's such a tight margin here as well. With only 4 coming through from the LCQ, it's definitely not something any of these teams are going to want to pin their hopes on. But also, I mean, you could say the same for it being top 6. Really, it's very, very top heavy in terms of qualification through.
There you go. That's our schedule for the next 3 days. Group A and B playing here today. Tomorrow it'll be B and C. And we will wrap things up with Group A and C on Sunday. But so far, it's been Groups A and B has been pretty wild here, as you see our lobby there.
Yeah, it is. Like I said, I feel like this is probably the more stacked side in terms of the groups facing. Obviously, we do have Sonics to account for in Group C as well, not forgetting about them. But we've seen a couple of these names, I don't want to say make a huge impact, but at least put their name on the list in the first 3 games. Obviously, Miramar can be a little bit of a switch up in terms of who comes out on top. So I'm hoping some of these, I'm looking towards kind of wildcard in particular here to really make a push for things in on at least the home stretch here on day 1.
Yeah, find myself looking at Spicy Fish too. It's been a little bit of a slow start for them, and I know that those guys are capable of a little bit more. Well, let's take a look at do we got leaderboards or no? We'll get to that in a second. But
maybe,
yeah, it's you talk about it. It's one of those lobbies where it feels like any one of these teams really can get that snowball rolling, and we've seen that happen really with Yahoo.
Yeah, we have, and I think it comes down to, I don't want to say it's an immediate byproduct of game 1, but once they get those points behind them, they can play a little more free, a little more loose. I think that's why we saw in game 2 the way they played the radio tower position in particular. It kind of just gives you that little confidence booster, right? You can go out, take some more risks, knowing that you're not going to be sat dead last, or at least on the right side of the leaderboard afterwards.
Yeah, and obviously 3 games in, it's hard to kind of like get a real solid read on anybody. But again, we've only got 3 days here of these regional qualifiers, so you kind of got to get going while you have a chance here. As we see the overall standings so far, Yahoo in first place with 45 points overall. A little bit of a log jam after that, but then you get down to 8th, Dodge, Spicy Fish. And even below that, it's kind of need to start making things happen here on these last 3 games in Miramar.
Yeah, you do. I think we were talking about the potential for a little gap to start appearing before that previous game, and now I think you can definitely make the argument, right? Between Yahoo, Shoot to Kill, and Built by Gamers, there's a massive sponge. Gas Cans as well, tied at 28. But then you come a little further beyond that, and looking at top 6, really, it's not comfortable to break in here, to be honest.
It is not. It is going to be a tough roll. Well, let's see our damage leaders so far today. Right up the top there is Why Kick a Mookow. 3 gas cans. Boy, you called it, didn't you? You said you were keeping your eye on gas cans so far. It seems like they're delivering.
They've given me something to watch, right? How's your team to watch doing, actually?
Tomorrow.
All right. Okay. All right.
I'm the only one that decides to pick my team to watch as a team that's not even playing today. Like it's the Poro Classic.
They're sat 0 points right now, man. I don't know what.
Sonics haters are having a field day right now in chat. Oh, Sonics! Look at them all the way at the bottom of the leaderboard. They play tomorrow.
Usually you in with them there.
No, I'm not. I am a hater of nobody. I'm a lover of literally everyone and everything, and I hope to see some of these teams that are sitting on single-digit points try to find their footing here on Miramar. But like you said, it's going to be tough to break in.
Yeah, it is, and the longer it goes on, obviously, the worse it gets. But with it being this tight now, and already the main contenders making their mark, at least on the lobby. If it continues to happen, it just gets harder and harder, right? These are teams that do sponge up a lot of points, and once they get into the mode of they have that comfort of already having a bit of buffer, they also soak up a lot of those kill points because they remain active through the mid game. They know that ultimately they don't have to close out any games to really make a push on the leaderboard, and that's when it gets really, really hard.
Yeah, and so far, at least through Erangel, 3 very distinctly different circles as well. The playing paths have been pretty decent so far. You can't really blame anything on that. And then you've had circles that have kind of gone all over the map. So, you would expect maybe that if you had one poor game, on the first game where it went down to military, maybe you could have tried to rally a little bit on the second 2. But if it hasn't happened yet, you got time. You still got 3 games left on Miramar. And Miramar, it seems like that's where we get the big point performances delivered more often than not.
Yeah, it does tend to lean a little more kill heavy, but in that regard, I think it tends to be a little more top heavy in terms of the overall. Right, we're expecting a lot more of this salvage play that we're used to. Lots more of come circle three, we're seeing teams just completely abandon vehicles and go for that kind of roaming kill heavy play style that we're used to. So again, that could be a concern for anybody really looking to make a push on the leaderboards and find themselves a big game.
Yeah, and I mean, we've been talking about it. We even saw it going back to ESL, where these teams are getting so into the fights, the early game fights, and trying to chase those points down, that it feels like we're seeing our lobbies clear out and thin out a lot earlier in the game, right? So that kind of takes a little bit of the opportunities for those points away, but it also opens up a lot of real estate to work with towards the end game. If the thing even ends up making it to circle 7, 8, and 9, it feels like there's a lot of real estate to play around. But that's not always helpful for a lot of these teams. It seems like it's actually creating more of a problem that they have more space to work with.
Yeah, it does. It's almost like it lures you into that false sense of security, right? Because it's the usual suspects that benefit from that scenario. Again, it kind of depends really if they come out hot here at the start of Miramar. Really, our eyes stay probably on the names that you'd expect in this lobby.
Sure. Yeah, and I mean the other thing is, I mean, when you look at trying to situate yourself for the late game, I mean, if everybody in the lobby's dead, what are you going to resupply off of? You can't get any more of those smokes. You can't get any more of those, Molotovs or stun grenades, whatever. I mean, you just don't really have a way to replace your helmets or your vests or anything like that. So it's this trickle down effect, right? That there's a ton of different things that can happen because of that. So we'll see what happens. It's a very generous playing to start things off here in game number 4.
Yeah, everything should be attainable here. Not really going to see too many surprises. I mean, you could argue maybe further down to the southwest potentially, but again, Miramar 1, where these players are already conditioned to the possibility of having to stretch their drop a little bit. And again, Erangel was pretty quiet in terms of overlap, at least initially from drop spots.
I'll tell you right now, one thing I'm excited about, the fact that this plane path is going this way means we're not going to have to see a southwest circle. We'll have to see that valley around La Joria get play, which we've seen so often. It's just, oh man, at this time it's like a broken record, man. It just seems like we see it so many times, and even south of Los Leones has been getting a lot of play lately. Well, this time around we'll probably see something a little bit different as the plane path skewing a little bit more towards the north, but who knows, man.
Have to wait and see.
Part of me, I'm thinking back to. Did you get a chance to watch Kurt's his video about drop spots?
I haven't, no.
Okay, well, one of the things that's cracked me up about it was that he apparently despises, just absolutely hates this Hacienda drop spot. I'm not going to say anything about this circle, by the way. If you want to be the one to do it, that's on you. I'm not saying anything.
Not even a little
part
bit.
of the southeast, really far to the southeast. I mean, La Bandita is not even in. But I just found it hilarious that Kurt's like, the SDK lose Hacienda, right? It's been that way forever. And just hearing him say that he just hates looting Hasi, I found it hilarious.
I mean, they hate it, but it's also it's been fairly comfortable for them. It's in their tenure. Yeah, well, exactly. I mean, where do you go elsewhere at this point, right? There's whether or not they would even really. They could actually. What am I saying? SDK could battle for another drop spot and win out. Ultimately, it's a big swinging name in this lobby.
Kind of is, isn't it? A big swinging name, indeed. As we are checking in with a few of the teams that are inside the center of the circle. The evil that we dare not speak its name, man. We already saw a Millie circle, right? If we lead off with, I mean, even if this thing doesn't go worst case scenario, right? It's still the fact that it's over 50% of this circle is unplayable.
Yeah, And that's a comfortable percentage to commit to as well. It's there's lots of possibilities, but not many of them are good.
Everything's bad, man. I don't know. It's like, what are you even gonna do? You play around Impala, I guess, like the south side of Impala, maybe the gas station mountain split. We've seen that find a little bit of success right around where TTG is. I mean, you got Built by Gamers that are just off to the south, just kind of working around Puerto. North of that, I guess, hanging out on the coastline. But I mean, I think if you're one of these teams, you got to be looking at this and thinking, okay, well, say worst case scenario does happen, right? What do we do? What's our response going to be? Do we want to put ourselves in a position where we kind of hug that coastline and you know, just in case it cuts to the east again, that we give ourselves an out? Or are we just kind of writing this thing off and saying, you know what, we'll just play inside, try to get kills, try to get points that way, and just give this one a write-off as far as placement points are concerned?
I think it being game one on Miramar, there's probably an element of leaning more towards I don't want to say the more passive approach, but certainly the lesser of the risks, right? We kind of repeat the process, it being day one, the first set of games.
Ooh, nade god.
Nade god, what?
Doesn't even need a nade.
A ton of damage there, unfortunately unable to convert it, but some nice shots nonetheless onto Kickstart. Will definitely make him reconsider.
Yeah, Kickstart got to be there. Like, man, that's how this feels. She's getting instantly popped on the first couple of shots by a mini. This is what I do to everybody else. I should reconsider. As we see PBG, we'll kind of group up a little bit, and it looks like, oh yeah, they're set, man. They are set. They've got a boat just in case. They've got the compound. They're hugging the coast. They're vibing. They're not going to get involved in any of this nonsense.
Jeep. And hoping they can find a little more success as well. It's a great game to convert on Erangel. And this is one that you got to argue they're in a spot to repeat that once again. I'm looking at it, I think that's a 60% chunk. If you look at just how much land is in here, again, I don't want to talk.
That's why I didn't want to say anything, man.
Potential outcomes, but I mean, anything central here for Circle 2, it does really leave it wide open. Because you got to think, right, if this next one centers up on Circle 1, then that percentage sways massively in favor of the thing we shan't mention.
I mean, far be it from me to bring up Froz to twice in one day of North American casting, but if Froz rules apply, we did have a crate drop out in the water. So that's do the circles follow the crate?
I've stopped entertaining the argument. I've argued with Frost far too many times.
Giving up, just straight giving up on it. Well, you know, I was looking at BBG and it looked like they were kind of posted up. They had a compound to themselves. They had a boat all at the ready, and it looks like they started flexing out a little bit more to the west. Now they do have the room to do so, and they have kind of those hillsides, those ridge lines to kind of work with. But if anybody does make a wrap around from the south side, they could find themselves in a little bit of trouble. Meanwhile, Yoho start to creep in. Looks like T8 already has 2 inside the middle of the field compound here. Really is wait, what's Relo doing out there?
Not sure. Have to keep an eye on that. Lots of teams actually making a pretty early transition. Again, it's no surprise with this Circle 1. But I'm surprised just how many, at least, there isn't going to be an awful lot of edge to hold on to from Circle 1. And again, it is an ugly circle in terms of compound, in terms of, yes, playable area here. It's not comfortable to get set up. Yeah. It's going to be heavily congested on the west side of this circle. And you really, I mean, I'm looking at the map now exactly where it lays. It's just not enough space for 16 teams.
No, there sure isn't. I mean, you say west side, I'm looking at what could happen here on the north side as well. You got about 5 teams that are making wraps around on the north that are still yet to get into that circle. Meanwhile, Yoho looks like they're pretty content. They've got dead center of the circle, which is that compound. Not great, but you know what? They'll take it. Meanwhile, 4 funners, looks like they ran into Dragon. Lemon Squeezy get left behind, and Ice actually getting left behind as well as the rest of the squad kind of making it through. Flax goes down to McLovin, but Shirky gonna throw the flashbang out, gets McLovin. We'll flush out that kill. Shirky, though, will spot him through the smoke, trades it back as, I mean, this is what happens when you get circles like this, right? You get these ridiculous fights out in the middle of nowhere.
It starts scrappy and it continues, yeah, because, like I said, there's going to be lots of teams here that just say, yep, don't really fancy playing this one out. Let's try and find some kills, right? There's no real point to have a clean approach in terms of the macro here. And again, it's so difficult to read. That's the other thing. We're talking about, you know, unrehearsed circles. This is definitely one of them.
I mean, it's like I said, it's like you just look at it and you're like, we are not making late game. Let's just try to get our points somewhere else. But now this is the same thing happening on the north side. We were saying the north side was looking pretty spicy, and this now looking very spicy. A Spicy Fish going to find 2. Halo and Penta get taken down. PACAF should have time to heal up, but off in the distance, you can see Wildcard and Lethal Association starting to make their way over into this area as well. As you see, it looks like SKZ from Dragon going to get spotted out, taken down by 4 funners. There's multiple fights going on out in the blue right now.
I see Wildcard. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to get punished in this scenario here. They're pulling up. This one comes through onto Zelot. And Land got to be careful here that, again, the net is closing though. Maji will fall to blue. And should be a comfortable res at least, but another member of LA looking over the top here, Sociopath. Oh, I think we've been bailed out.
I think we might have been.
I think we've been bailed out.
Oh, okay. A lot of sweat being wiped off the brows of these guys as the island circle looks like it might not happen. And instead, we get the hard shift down to the south. Now, all that being said, it's still 50-50. It's still majority unplayable. And everything that's already inside the circle is already occupied. Anything good, anyway, is occupied. STK, meanwhile, after losing 2, they send Kurt and Luke. They're going for a little botation.
Yeah, just going to try and play time on this one at least. I guess play a slim percentage. Gambling towards an island potentially, but I don't think that's the end goal at least. Surely not, right? Kurt's not looking at that and going, guys, let's take the island.
No, I seriously doubt it. I mean, chances are you're thinking, okay, we could probably make our way into Puerto. Nobody's going to be holding the coast at Puerto Paraiso, so that should be something that maybe they have their eye. If nothing else, they can at least stop down on the island and scout it out at least a little bit, so they know they can make at least make it to land alive. But a lot of fights still going on out in the blue. You can see Wildcard Lethal Association still scrapping around here. It looks like Spicy Fish gave up on the quest to find the last 2 members of Shoot to Kill, and they're coming in from that north side. Now they got a lot of room to go to make it into the next zone, and as soon as they get there, they're going to find 2 teams kind of waiting for them. Snow Patrol and Dodge right on the edge, playing right around Impala.
Spicy Fish, 2 kills on the board. Making a meal of this rotation now.
Look, you know, driving on hills is hard.
Driving anywhere on Miramar that isn't on a road is hard.
That's true. Well, there you go. SGK have an island on themselves. A little bit of looting. As imagine they'll probably find a gas can there as well if they need it for their boat. Hopefully they didn't send it right up on the coast. That would be bad news. But either way, Shoot to Kill probably going to have a pretty low-key game for the next few minutes. So wait and see where the next circle decides to take them. But everybody kind of starting to run into each other here towards the center. Dynamic being the unfortunate one to be right in the middle of about 4 different teams all looking in their direction.
Start glancing towards the minimap now, and we see just how chaotic it can get in circle like this. Finna might have a dirty angle towards backside of Spicy Fish here, a little bit of a trap set up, actually. Finna in this off angle, maybe actually a little bit of a rotation trap attempt set up here from Dodge. He's going to bide his time, doesn't want to show his hand just yet. Spicy Fish actually made progress towards the other side of Dodge's split.
Unfortunately for Dodge, there you go. The circle does go. So SDK can hang out on their island hideaway here, but a lot of the, I mean, look how many teams up to the north here are on the Impala Hills. 4 teams right on top of each other, and actually United finding, actually, I think that was Snow. Okay, yeah, Sneezy got the knock, but you can see United having a little bit of an angle over onto Snow Patrol and Wildcard. It's just going to be a 4-way free-for-all on the north side outside of Circle. Meanwhile, the south side free and clear, man. Veritas, this is great news for them as they've had a little bit of a slow start. They could probably rally here.
Now, Spicy Fish actually in a pretty good position to punish this split from Dodge as they find their way into the backside of the compound. Ethan opens up, but not an awful lot of damage to work with there. You see Silas on the X-ray going to get a nice angle, but Ethan spots it out. Actually, Zelot. Zelot's the one to find it. Wildcard with a backstab.
There you go, the rotation, the wrap from Wildcard coming at the worst possible time for Dodge and Spicy Fish as Wildcard is just cleaning up on this. They came over at the perfect time here. Cherry, the last one up, barely gets that health off in time before the grenade sails over his head. He will get the confirm onto Icy Flex with that fire. Pat Caps holding down the low side, the low ground here. Uncivil gets taken down by T-Sock. Cherry going to try to go for the res onto Ethan and see if they can maybe reset here. But the blue, this is circle 3, circle 4. Yeah, circle 3 damage doing a lot more than just tickle here, as it looks like Ethan will have time to get that heal off and they'll wrap on the low side, try to avoid Wildcard for now.
Oh, look at the post one in, but Pat Caps with the perfectly timed swing on the window. Find that one. Now, and actually, yeah, Ethan and Cherry are like, yep, we don't want anything else to do with this. We've already lost 2. Only 1 kill to come out of this situation as well. So a disaster on all fronts here for everybody involved.
Absolutely. Wildcard probably being the biggest beneficiary, but even they end up losing 1 there. Zealot actually will find an angle onto the Dodge, but won't be able to hit the shots. 5 left in the chamber as you watch Dodge sail away, wondering what might have been. And now, oh man, Wildcard down to 2. Maji just staying behind, eating that blue damage, waiting to see if he can just clear out Pat Caps. Meanwhile, United, they're out in the middle of a wide open field here. Flood gonna go for the res onto Kickstart while Snakers and Rello try to take care of Stello.
Last one standing for Train to go.
There it is.
Pat Caps falls, but Magi will fall. I think, is that his second knock as well inside the blue? It's a difficult res.
Yeah, I don't think they were ever going for the res on Amaji. I mean, Zealot's all the way into zone right now. Stella does get spotted out. United will get back up to 4 strong. Circle does pop on land. SDK has made it over though. They've got their 2 in. They are on the southeastern side while Veritas and For Funners are squaring up just off to their west.
Circle will post up, and this is what I was talking about, the end result here. Not an awful lot to play in the center of this circle. Expect teams now to maybe switch up, try and find some points ahead of this one closing out. Gee, actually ringing off shots there. You can see it in the kill feed. We'll find Shimboy. And they're in a good position actually to gatekeep the north side of this circle, especially with Yahoo taking a second knock. Poonage will fall as well.
Look at this, and it's Zealot. Wildcard not going down without getting a couple of points there, but it looks like he will get spotted out by Cherry in the end. Yo will get the res, but Built by Gamers in a beautiful spot here to do the gatekeeping, as you said. Shimboy trying to get that heal off, but the pressure from BBG starting to become really intense. You can see Honey Badger has that low side flank, will find the knock on the Balefrost. Shimboy back up to full strength health here. We're working around the edges of the circle. Gats trying to play around the smoke. They will get that second knock. Only 1 left up for Yahoo. It's going to be Sparking, who manages to survive by staying inside the compound. And now BBG having to take a little bit of pressure here from the last remaining duo of Dynamic. Meanwhile, Dodge hugging the coast, baby.
Yeah, Ethan and Cherry still looking to have a say in this game. Colton actually going to get knocked here by Lister. Can see the tags coming through. Can they prevent the flush? If they will be able to fend them away for the time being. Meanwhile, Killfeed just lighting up. It looks like actually it's 4 Fun is eliminated at 11. So down to 10 teams already, 28 alive. Scrappy here as we see the close of Circle 4, but no surprise there. So we've got the top 4 teams alive, though. I mean, it's SDK and Yahoo have taken many a casualty.
Yep.
BBG and Gascan still technically 4 up, and Sparking will get confirmed there. I spoke too soon.
Yeah. He peeked up over the edge, friend, right into the sights of E United. I mean, as you mentioned, it's just, you can see it was just a number of solos or duos that are just coming in from the blue and just getting picked off. So the kill feed definitely lighting up. But once again, man, look at the split from gas cans. Look how much territory they have control over. Nico's going all the way down, trying to see if he can maybe pick off what's left of Veritas. But Luke 12 actually going to do the job for him. The new circle pops. T8 will be comfy inside their compound for now. Gas cans already split, so they'll just be able to pull back a little bit here.
United look as if they're going to go on the hunt here as they fan out to the east. See already, actually, the Tracer's kickstart sends some shots towards BBG. Ascans, though. I'm not sure if this is a little overzealous. You can see how far this knock comes out. Should be able to get the res, but
yeah, this was.
See, they're spread very thin, Poro.
They sure are. I mean, if nothing else, they Adam was able to provide some support to Nikos there. They wanted to try to get these last 2 kills onto Veritas. They got the first 2, but unfortunately, SDK had a little bit of a line on them there. See shots being traded between BBG as E United, like you said, they wanted to push in here. They want these kills. They want these points. 3 already in hand, but they are taking the fight over towards BBG, using that high ground to maneuver around. They already have a spot that they can pretty much play inside this new circle, especially if they can kind of force BBG to play more towards the south, and it looks like that might be what they're doing.
Yeah, still 4 up, and they've passed the compound here. I don't want to see the duo of Dodge backstab them.
Oh!
See, actually, gas cans light it up in the kill feed. All the nades confirming through onto LA.
That was unfortunate for LA there. I think they just had 2 players left, and Waikakamukau saw exactly where they were, and it was just a perfectly placed grenade on the part of the Aussie. As gas cans now have complete control over the western side of the circle. They have forced every single team essentially to kind of push in on that eastern. Between gas cans and E United, they have just shepherded everybody into each other onto this eastern side.
Yeah, indeed, but this is the situation I was concerned about. BBG unaware of Dodger's positioning, and now Dodger out on the hillside with them. And there's not an awful lot protecting BBG, but United still on the hunt. They've closed the gap. They have the southeast side of this circle. Dodge stuck between a rock and a hard place right now.
Oh, looks like BBG will spot him. It's going to be Gats that opens up the salvo. Will do a little bit of damage. Has to pull back down, though, with 39 HP of his own. Will get some support from the rest of his squad. Meanwhile, United, they're going to finish off Cherry. It looks like Ethan is not too much longer for this world. It's going to try to out-heal the blue. Won't do it. The Snaker's grenade will get the flush. As United, I mean, United wanted to push in here. They wanted to wrap onto this, but they took some pressure from T8, and it looked like T8 actually started leaving their compound to try to take it over to United as well. But the new circle pops, and they're going to go back and just take their placement points, I guess.
Well, I mean, at this point, what do you really do if you tack 8? No logic in flexing out here. Gascans again, though. We talked about this in the Erangel game that ended towards Crossroads. Look how much of the zone they actually control with this spread.
So much control here as BBG will finish off STK, but immediately E United turns up the pressure onto them. 2 knocks coming through. Flood will go down. You can see Snaker's got knocked very, very low as well. Relo and Kickstart trying to hold the line here. Nobody going for a res just yet. Actually, Snaker's, I think, going for the res on the Flood here. Kickstart tries to find an angle onto the tree. Will push Honey Badger off of the Colton res. Will get the knock as well.
Beautiful.
Good stuff from Kickstart. Will confirm Colton. And now I think Gat's trying to go for Vegas while this was all going on, but that is just one grenade away from disaster for BBG.
I'm not even sure if they need to invest any lethals here. They can just throw a few flashes, slow things down, create that paranoia.
There it is.
Just put themselves in a position to gatekeep, and they do close it out. Lovely play from United there.
Clinical stuff from the boys in blue as they make their way into the eastern side. Zenny starting to creep out here for TAC 8. Seeing if he can maybe steal one away. But looks like he's going to get the call back there. Flood, I think that might be Flood's second or third knock. He's going down pretty quick there. He needs to be careful. STK still with 2 up. Oh, no. Oh,
well, I was going to say, if the first doesn't spread, the second will.
Goodbye, Vixus. 5 kills now for STK. As they, once again, man, proving STK, they can lose people early, but they can find their way into the late game just with 1 or 2 and still be just as dangerous, man. Pretty Curdy with that MK14 doing some damage. We'll have to pull back.
I love how Snakers hears an MK14. He's still like, I'm going to repeat this. I'll throw another shoulder. Why not?
We should all have the confidence of Snakers. Pushing an MK14 is Kurt. I'm not sure if that was his own Molotov or if he United landed one nicely placed there. Flood will find Luke 12. Reload will go down as well. And there you go. Pretty Curdy will get flushed out. But Shoot to Kill going out in 4th place. Top 4 again with a nice little stack of kills for themselves. Relo is knocked. And look at this gas cans. Perfect timing on the push. We'll take advantage of the damage that STK was able to inflict onto E United.
Attack 8, now you can see him on the X-ray looking to get a little active, and rightfully so. If they want to have a say in this end game, they need to make a move now. Flood actually going to respond onto Nikos.
Oh.
Unconfirmed as of yet. The nades come through. Not going to find too much onto Reload, but Flood will eat a little bit of damage. Oh, what? Greg! I mean, Nikos bleeds out, but they find the response there. And Palex actually with the backstab will find Relo. E United out in 3rd. Gascans find themselves in a 3v4 now with TAC 8. 1 kill on the board, but we talked about that compound curse being prevalent.
Yeah, you kind of knew it was going to happen, and I feel like they kind of knew it was going to happen. They do flex out. They managed to get 1 off of E United. That's a pretty important one, too, because that confirmed the flush of the entire team. So now TAC 8 can kind of flex out. You see Psycho has that far west high ground position, seeing if you can find an off angle here that maybe Gascan's not expecting. Gascan's all outside of the zone right now. They're trying to wrap around. Looks like they've hopped in a vehicle on the low side. Waikika, though, looks like maybe in a peak battle here with Zenny. Oh, look at the push.
Gascans are wrapping this. Waikika, if he can just create a little bit of pressure, force Tactical 8 back behind some rocks, maybe a defilade here. The other side of Gascans could capitalize.
That was huge work from Waikika, basically herding T8 back to their original location in the compound. Tried to open up a little bit of room here for Gascans to make the push.
Psycho's got to make a move here, Poro. Psycho has to.
He just has no angle. I mean, you could see it just off in the side. I mean, he's got to keep progressing down over here. It looks like he may have spotted out Waikika. Gets him very low, but doesn't get the knock. And now is pulling back towards the compound. I think T8 is just looking at this like, you know what, let's play tower defense here. Let's get these placement points and secure this, as pushing out is just not working for him.
Waikika will be able to reposition a little bit, but I feel like with at least territory, if this centers up, TAC 8 lose out. I mean, dare I say, if it goes south, it's even worse for them. We'll have to see in the next few seconds what the Circle Gods decide. and who it will favor,
Oh.
it does center up here. I think gas cans potentially have the benefit of time here. I'll see exactly where the circle lies and how the terrain's going to play out. Obviously, TAC 8 do have the south side of the compound. For the time being, I think actually Waikiki is in such a rough spot.
He is. You know, it looks like they know exactly where he is as well. You can see Palix trying to send some shots over in that direction. But that is a very tough peak battle. It's a very tough player. Waikiki Mukau to do some more damage onto Psycho. Again, this is just, it's damage being traded back and forth, but the guys are not finding the knocks that they need on either side, really. Gascan's already 9 kills, but Waikiki Mukau just exerting influence over so much of this zone. He's opening up so much room for his teammates to get inside the zone here.
At this point, just needs to not go down because Greg Shot and Adam looking to close the gap here. Palix will be called upon. He delivered earlier on Everest.
Oh, Psycho's
If he
grenade.
can hold off here.
I think they hear the footsteps, or they just had a guess that maybe there was a push coming through. Greg Shot getting a little bit closer than they even know, as the grenade's not going to find their mark. And now that is going to be Waikiki Mukau sending it right on top of Greg. That might be actually, that might be the sign for T8 to throw their utility right there, and they do. They'll lead in with the Molotovs. Palix will find some damage, doesn't get the knock though. Gets taken down low himself. Yabul will try to pull back down. He'll find Greg Shot with the grenade. Waikiki Mukau will go down to the molly. Adam now the last one up alive as T8 holds strong, and they will get the 4-kill chicken dinner.
Oh, thank God for that. I mean, it looked as if gas cans were able to close the gap effectively enough. I mean, Greg Shot doing God's work there to allow the rotation to come in, or the reposition to come in from Waikiki Mukau, but they do hold strong initially. I mean, when Palix kind of fumbled that first spray, there was an opportunity. But they hold strong, as you said. They close it out. 4 kills, a low kill count, but like we said, the compound curse definitely apparent there.
Yeah, I mean, it happens. It's another one of those weird games too, as well. That I mean, from the jump, from circle 1, it looked like it was just going to be wheels off. I mean, it was really, really hard east, and I think a lot of people were thinking, you know what, let's just let's call it a wash on placement. Let's try to go and get involved in as many fights as we can, as early as we can, and as a result, we see T8 get a good position, and they stay up till the late game, and they win the fight against Gascans for the 4-kill chicken dinner. But I mean, again, I don't know how many kills Gascans ended up with there, but that's another game where we just saw them take up so much real estate on the edge of the circle.
I mean, look at it again. It's gas cans, it's the United, it's SDK that put up some serious points there, and this is exactly what we're talking about, right? For some of these teams further down, maybe not the familiar suspects in this lobby, but it just makes it so hard to make a real push. They come out winning a game. No way that lands.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
That's nasty.
And another one.
Oh, here's the, yeah, this is the, I think this is the Greg Shot one. All right, yep, there it is. The second one. Oh no,
A
the
ton
third
of damage
one?
on it.
I know there was one more in there.
Yeah, here it is.
Here it is. Oh, this got to be this one. Look at this. From downtown.
No way, man. No way.
God, if you're LA, like, what do you even do, man? You just, you know, they've got the high ground. They can throw just grenade after grenade after grenade. You can't really do anything to prevent them because you just don't have a line of sight onto it. So
you really got to be body blocking some of those names. You gotta.
When's the tennis racket coming out? I need the PUBG tennis racket to return grenade fire there. But there you go. This was the end fight there. Yabul got the opening knock onto Greg Shot. The Molotov takes out Waikiki Mukau, and then Adam was just, well, he was off in the distance. There wasn't a whole lot he can do, trying to prevent people from pushing over the top. But it really well played by T8 there at the end to secure that victory.
Yeah, it was. And again, you still got to give credit to Gascan's attempt there. You could see at least the intent of getting Greg Shot close, allowing a little bit of a collapse towards that ridge just outside the compound. But as I said, TAC 8 eventually closed things out, even though it did get a little dicey in there.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Waikiki Mukau made the move right up to join Greg Shot, it's like T8 the switch flicked, and they just immediately peppered that area with fire and grenades and whatever utility they had left, and they found success with it. Well, there's your match standings from that last game. Despite going up pretty early, E United once again on the warpath, 12 kills.
Yeah, it isn't really. I mean, I didn't even note Tactical 8 being up there, but you look a little deeper here. Shoot to Kill still posting 9 points overall. Built by Gamers still posting 6, and this is the sort of thing only really Yahoo, I guess, the ones to not really have their say in this previous game. Not going to affect at least the overall standings. Yahoo still out on top here, but look at it now: 43, 43, 45, and 48 for that top 4. Built by Game is a little further behind, with Wildcard picking up the 6th place position here. But I would say actually just outside of that now, a few of these teams are a little more condensed than they were early on tonight, at least.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look at the placement points, man. The kills, obviously, United in the front by a little bit. But yeah,
that
I mean,
will win
everybody
as well,
kinda,
by the way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You know, you don't need a win when you're getting 32 kills. But I mean, the fact that 3 teams with 19 placement points, all the United the only one up there, and they're obviously their kills kind of carrying them with the 43 points. But it just seems like we've had a 5 or 6 teams that have just taken over this lobby in terms of making it to the late game every single time.
Yeah, it is, and it's as this continues. I mean, I need to keep harping on, but some of these teams need to have a big game, and it's a tall order with the way that Yahoo, Shoot to Kill, United, and Gas Cans are all playing, with how proactive they're being in terms of soaking up all these kills available in the mid game. Which, again, we can't really criticize TAC-A for having such a low kill win, but it does make it difficult, right? If you have other teams just out there farming, 8 to 10 kills on their bad games, you're almost like, well, I wish we weren't in a position to win this one. I wish we were out there on the edge, right? I wish we were in a position to at least make this worthwhile.
Yeah, and honestly, for the spot that TAC-8 was in, it's one of those weird positions where it does get a lot of circle love, and you kind of get that late game, but it's also in that weird spot where it's hard to kind of push out of that early and third and fourth party on other team fights to try to collect points, because it's out in the middle of a wide open field, right? There's just if you elect to push away from it, I mean, you saw whenever they try to push on to United and get the third party, it's just there's so much weird terrain over there that it's even hard to try to clean up anything over there without putting yourself at risk.
Yeah, it is. It's tough, really, but this is also another circle that we can write off as an anomaly. Maybe there's not too much in the form of learnings to take away from this. It just so happens that this one's always going to be kill heavy. There's lots of teams that are going to see that circle 1 post. They immediately say, right, guys, where's the nearest kill point? Where's the nearest set of kill points? Let's go there now. And try and duke it out. And those salvage games make it even more difficult for the middle of the pack.
Yeah, and you throw that into addition, in addition to the fact that we've switched back over to the old points format with old super settings where kills are worth a lot more and you don't have to worry so much about winning a game. It's just like a perfect recipe for mid-game chaos, early game chaos even, and so far it's been delivering, as we've seen teams really not reticent at all to get involved in early game fighting, and if they lose, you know what? Screw it, let's send it next.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost just rinse and repeat for some of these stills. They're able to maintain the consistency of that sort of play style.
Well, we waiting for everybody to get back into the lobby right now. So okay, let's chat. Let's have a sit down. Yahoo. Is this the real Yahoo? Is this the like we've been talking about this team? A lot of big name players on there: Shimboyd, Punage, Sparking, big fraggers. But we've seen 2 different versions. It feels like through this tournament. It feels like if they get that lead early, they can snowball it. But if they're having to fight from behind, maybe a little bit more difficult. Is that do you kind of agree with that, or do you think this is more the real Yahoo that we're seeing, and maybe ESL was just a little rusty?
I think it was a little rusty. I mean, we've already seen in terms of game 1 and 2, at least the I don't want to say anything close to the ceiling, but the potential for Yahoo getting back to some of that consistency and in what we'd expect returning to the points format. Again, it's also day 1. You don't really want to make too many bold conclusions about it just yet.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I agree. I mean, but that being said, Sparking has looked
Sharp.
terrifying. I mean, he is on fire right now, and honestly, Alo as well. I mean, Alo has looked like he's just hitting about everything in front of him. But when we looked at our damage stats, it was all gas cans. This wide split, this big controlling the edge of the circle for gas cans. If nothing else, it seems to be working out a treat in terms of ADR.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if it's again through the playoff stages, these are the sort of confidence boosters. If you want to just go out and kind of flex on the lobby a little bit, then this is the time to do it. Obviously.
It would have been a nice bow to put on things if they were able to kind of secure that victory from T8. But in the end, T8 does clutch that out, gets that victory. But Gascans, again, more points than T8. I mean, they were sitting, I mean, how many kills did they have? And the way that Waikika Mukau was just kind of exerting influence over that whole lobby, essentially, from his spot. I mean, that is a guy that is absolutely knowing how to play his life in terms of his team and helping his team get position.
For sure, like I said, I don't think Greg Shot even makes that cross towards the ridge there. I mean, it's a shame that they couldn't make anything of it, but Waikika Mukau definitely creating enough pressure in order for them to even have any sort of attempt pushing towards the victory there.
I mean, honestly, like if that was any other ridge on Miramar, right? If T8 doesn't have the compound to fall back into there, it almost feels like that was a set win for gas cans. You know, the fact that Greg Shot was able to actually make that push there to get within throwables range, utility range. The only thing that kept T8 alive was the fact that they couldn't hit it. There was nothing he could do.
No, there wasn't. I think if maybe there's a knock or a little bit of damage to follow up on there, maybe things go in Gascan's favor.
Well, we are ready to get into that next game. It took a little bit of time for those boys to get into the lobby, but you know what? Sometimes you got to go to the bathroom, right? You got to go get a nice drink of water and reset a little bit after game number 4, especially a one that was hot and heavy as that one, as we are getting ready to head into this next one. 2 games left on the day between groups A and B.
And maybe hoping for a little bit more vanilla in terms of the circle here. That last one was just disgraceful to look at. And again, it's always tough to get that one in game 1, right? It's the map switch, and really want to have the best foot forward here in terms of the start on Miramar, especially if you're a team that kind of slacked on Erangel as well.
Sure. And the good news here is we got yet another very kind plane bisecting the map from the southeast to the northwest. It's even going to give a little bit of El Pozo in there, a little shot at Monte Nuevo if you are so inclined. Only teams really be upset about this. Anybody looting up our Campo or Tierra Blanca or Torre. I don't think we have too many of those in this lobby. I could be wrong. Who knows? But either way, it's going to be a pretty calm early game. Now, hopefully the circle helps us out this time around.
I'll have to wait and see. And no real overlap here. I'm seeing maybe just towards the edge of Los Leones, but certainly this one a lot more achievable in terms of drop spots. As Dynamic headed pretty far off to the northwest here. Trailer Park team? Question mark?
Jay, why not? Alcantara has loot, and therefore it is a lootable area. And there you go.
Well, you don't want to be there now. That's for sure.
No, it's not great. It's not great, but hey, you know, you can make that long wrap around the north side. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Either way, we're looking at a centering up just off to the east of La Bandita. Yahoo already in there. We got to talk to them about their team color, man. They have this khaki that perfectly blends in to Miramar.
And the name tag itself. Just to make it extra complicated for us.
I know. Well, while we take a look at Flood looting up here for E United, we did get a chance to sit down with Rello to talk a little bit earlier about the impact that Flood has had joining his squad.
Bringing Flood to the team just gives us a different perspective on how to play different games. Like his old team Fury and APAC and OTE, they have a more like diverse, like just fighting and aggressive play style. We want to take more fights. That's pretty much what he brings to the team, and it's just a more aggressive player on our team.
And Flood has been a devastating addition to United. One of two Aussies that made their way over here after we did lose Fury. We've got Waikika Mukau and Flood now joining, and it has definitely made this America's lobby better.
Was that the end of the statement? I was waiting for you to follow on from that.
What, that the addition of those two guys have made our lobby better? I think it has.
Yeah, okay, but yeah, fine. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. Full stop. That
Full
one
stop.
with a little bow on top.
What else do you want me to say? I mean, the
I know.
guy's nuts.
I thought you were going somewhere else with it. I thought there was going to be a self-rebuttal to the statement.
You're killing me. And then you add in Nikos too, right? Like Nikos has been just a revelation for these guys since Cal has joined up. So we've seen a lot of damage come through from him. A lot of damage come through from most of these boys, but yeah, it's making things a little bit more difficult, more tough sledding here, as it were.
Tough sledding. Indeed. I thought you were going somewhere else with that as well.
Sledding.
Well, nothing, actually.
You sled a lot? Get a lot of tobogganing in?
Not even once.
And neither do I. Not a lot of sledding going on in Texas.
It's becoming more and more common recently, right?
Oh yeah, got to do something when the power's out, right?
Too flat though.
It is a little flat. We got hills though. This is what we have when we get a slow early game. You get to talk about the sled.
The weather.
Yeah.
The weather. We're already digging deep, scraping the barrel.
We're getting in there. Well, we'll see if Civ can provide us a little bit of entertainment here as Veritas tries to make their way through. We haven't even got a chance to talk about the triumphant return of one nerf for Veritas, although 5 points through 4 games.
I was going to say,
really
are we throwing shade right now?
I'm not throwing shade.
There we go.
Look, he's there.
Here he is. Nerf's highlight of the day.
We got. I mean, it's Nerf, J-Sank, and Lobes, man. It's like it's a class, and then you also have, of course, lest we forget, Light Show. So, I want this team to succeed so bad.
Oh, it's a recipe for success.
I mean, they had a tough ESL too, and I feel like I want them to do well, man. I really do. I love all those players, but it has just not been popping just yet. And now they're gonna run right into Spicy Fish. Pat Caps Light Show's just gonna be able to avoid the shots as he jukes in, and he wins the 1v1. Pat Caps gets his milk money stolen.
Outclassed by Light Show. Nice effect set up though in the long building. We'll find a headshot. Actually converts that onto J-Sank as well. He's going to swing out the window. He finds Nerf as well. 2 knocks.
Give him 2. Okay, Lobes puts an end to that silliness as now Silers is all by himself. He's going to find Show. Can he find Lobes too? No, he can't. Lobes will clutch it out, and now Uncivil is the last player up for Spicy Fish, and he's nowhere near the rest of his team. But he's going to send it, because why not?
Well, yeah, I don't know if it was an early game mishap that caused this disconnect, but Spicy Fish will suffer for it. Patcap's still bleeding out, but expect that flush to come through pretty soon. Oh, once it might just have an ankle here. Does he go for the knock on the res?
Oh yeah, okay. He's gonna end Nerf's game as now Lobes will have to escape back in. So at least one picked up as J-Sank will return the favor, and that's
not for long.
Spicy Fish is out. So Veritas, we were talking about them wanting to turn up a little bit. There you
go.
There you go.
That's the end of the highlight reel there.
I actually did not cast or curse somebody this time. I cast or benefited.
I mean, I tried pretty hard.
Oh boy. Well, Spicy Fish, another team that's having a little bit of trouble getting things going in the right direction here today. They still got one more game to kind of square things up, or at least put a few more points in the bag as we check in with Dragon. Ran into some. It's not Durgan, it's Dragon. We know this. We've got this confirmed. But it is more fun to say Durgan. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, it is. It's just a throwback meme.
We can't have those here. We're all seriousness. No fun. No fun allowed.
Very highbrow.
Mm-hmm. Highbrow humor through and through. Well, Dragon got spotted out and got involved in one of those early game blue fights last time around. This time around, it looks like they'll be able to avoid lethal association for the time being. United, meanwhile, they're set up dead center circle. As that
is some frantic zigzagging going on right there for Poonage. Still finds the headshot nonetheless. Penta actually a little bit split here, so it makes the res particularly difficult. Kurt already trying to send it over though.
Oh, Poonage.
Nade land?
Could he have maybe waited for the grenade? No.
Maybe.
No. It wasn't going to hit anyway, is it? Yeah. Either way. All right. Well, Purdy Curdy got his preferred gun in hand. Accuracy through volume, of course. Poonage, ooh. Not sure who was on defense, but they did a heck of a job.
Yeah. The timing on those tags was perfect.
Nasty stuff. As Poonage still would love to peek this out, but Purdy Curdy just going to put his man on his shoulders, send him back into the shed, and that should be a nice little re-rack from STK. But look at this. Dodge has joined the conversation. Dodge has entered the group chat.
Gonna try and put some damage in, but I think with STK recovering now, get Penta back on his feet. No real reason for Yahoo to continue, but Luke 12, I mean, he was the one on defense, as you said. It's created a little bit of an isolation there for one kill. He had to drift away from the compound, away from the safety of the compound, and Finna will punish.
Unfortunate there for SDK losing Luke early, and now Lethal Association not going to take the fight to Dragon, but instead they'll find Snow Patrol in rotation. They're going to get two, picking them out of the vehicles, doing the classic Chumacera Road Camp.
Vintage
stuff.
It's tried and tested. Ooh, that's it. A lot of damage coming onto Cobalt as well.
He's going to go down.
Yeah. So should be able to break line of sight at least. So the res, potential to come through, but Soup doesn't look like he's even interested at this point as he continues heading south. That's a big old nope.
He noped right out of it. Well, he did pull into Chumacera. I'm not sure if his vehicle was busted or if this is just a little bit of a revenge camp here. But either way, the circle does pop. Majority of teams that were already in are already in this next circle as well. Only Dragon and Dynamic gonna have to make the move here. You can see just casual repositioning coming through, but again, 15 teams alive, 54 players alive in this lobby. We're giving a lot more real estate to play with here in Circle 2 than maybe we're used to seeing.
It's just having a quick look at the map overall. Obviously with that circle shift, I don't think anybody's in a game-winning spot at this point. See a couple of preferences in terms of compounds and whatnot, but these are the sorts of the circles that it's a slow burn. It starts very slow, and again, it's just going to be a little leapfrogging from some of these teams to hold on to. Again, there's a couple of awkward endings in this, though. That's a real concern.
That's the problem, isn't it? I mean, you got so much open field on the south side, and then so much just high ground terrain that you can work around on the north side. It's really just kind of hedging your bets, pushing your chips all in on either where it's going to go. If you don't have a spot on that south side of that circle already, then it's not looking like a worth push at this point. Here as we check in with Ethan, keeping eyes on Dragon, making way into the south part of Minas Generalis. A little bit of a 2-2 split here from Dragon, trying to go for as much information as they can, as they have arrived a little bit late here. And actually Greg Shot, I think, want a piece of this.
So he's noted one player being this close. If he opens up here, Shirky, I mean, he's going to be alerted, but he's actually hopped in the vehicle. Yeah, now he's going to be noted.
Oh, sure.
Damage comes through, though. And that's a little bit of damage from afar to force him off the angle.
Shirky getting away with murder there, as you know, these gas cans do like to push out, flex out, try to take over as much real estate as can, try to gain as much information as they can, and just shoot at damn near everything they can see, as they've taken all points of La Bandita, looking north, south, and east. But will they keep an eye off to the west, as you got Lethal Association slowly making their way in out of the blue here.
We'll have to see where gas cans look to regroup towards. This Greg Shot will pick himself up a reasonably strong compound at this point of the game, but you've got to argue it's not really going to be favored in too many circles. Oof. Unless it's that one. I mean, they have the edge of Bendita, and with Zenny expected to pull away from that long compound, gas cans should look to pick that up.
Yeah, I mean, this is where that
good vision on it.
That's what I'm saying. That's where that big split that they had on La Bandita, having that high ground. This is where all that information gathering comes in handy. So they know pretty much just about where everyone should be. Now, Lethal Association will make that late push. Gas cans will spot that out. Now, where are they going to go? It looks
that
like
that was interesting, actually, Paul. Sorry to cut you off. It looked as if gas cans wanted to fend away a team from trying to pick up Sharky for free.
They did indeed, and fortunately they get the read on Lethal Association, and instead they'll pull off of it, won't engage in the fight, the hard crash onto that. Instead they'll take this compound for free, as you mentioned. Lethal Association, I mean, they come in super late and they just get a beautiful compound for nothing.
See here is Take another position where, unfortunately, I think with where this circle posts up and where we assume most of the action to be, it's going to be a low kill game. But at least here a tangible opportunity to find their way towards late game. Looking for the real crunch part of this zone to be towards the north. I don't know if anybody's really going to run the gauntlet down that road.
Oof, that'd be tough, man. That'd be tough. I mean, the road, the ramp, that spot that we see gets so much play so often in circles like these, completely empty right now, just because of how the zones end up shifting here. Dynamic going to leave the junkyard. They're going to run through the gauntlet of dodge, run right between their 2-2 split. Look like they're going to get away with it for now, but Dynamic, you got to drive across that wide open field. You got gas cans, Veritas, Lethal Association, all looking over in this direction. Even Snaker's starting to extend a little bit forward here for E United.
Dynamic on a mad dash here, but I'm curious to what the end goal is. Adam flexed outside the compound, gonna see this on the way up. We'll find a tag on the way in, actually. Force the first, or actually a headshot on the second as well. Great work from Adam. Expect the re-aggress to come from the rest of gas cans here, but nade could actually land it. Oh, nearly catches the knock.
Oh, Dragon! Oh no!
On the backside of this.
Oh, Dynamic is dead out in the open. Lister has to pull back right underneath the noses of Dragon just to survive. Meanwhile, Dodge tries to pull the crash onto E United, but E United, more than up to the task, will hold the line and gets rid of Dodge, eliminated in 15th place. Meanwhile, Dragon will take care of what's left of Dynamic, and they'll find Adam.
Response there from Greg Shot, though. Flat and Lemon Squeezy left to try and recover this. Greg Shot over the top. No nonsense here. He's not playing about. Should be able to recover from this and pick up some kill points here, converting their progress towards it. Ooh, actually, the re-knock onto Lemon Squeezy. The nade good. Just over the top.
The bounce. Oh, the bounce, the only thing keeping him alive. Lemon Squeezy will get picked off by Flood, though. So Dragon's still down to just one, and it's going to be Shirky Trying to survive here as Waikika looks like he's been spotted out by the E United boys. Has to pull back a little bit, but Lethal Association, while this is all going on, they backfill gas cans. And God, I'm not sure if gas cans knows about this or not, but Lethal Association pushing, I feel like on foot from below here. They may not have heard these vehicles pulling up. Oh, I think they know. Yeah, they heard them. Yeah, they heard them.
Maybe that's why they hightailed it so quickly back to the compound. But Circle pulling in, it's not comfortable timing, that's for sure.
Sure isn't. Oh my goodness. The back-to-back grenades from Greg Shot and Waikika find 2 knocks on 2 separate pushes from Lethal Association. They'll flush out Sociopath. Grant Landis gets spotted out. Waikika getting shot in the back, though, as Enland defending his player will flush out Cal, but it is all down to him, but he's not going down without a fight. Finds Adam. Nikos tries to make the push, will do so, and gas cans reset with 3.
Put something up at least here as Yahoo taking massive casualties, but Poonage now opening up, finds 2 knocks onto STK, trying to make a late push in from the blue. You hear Penta, last man standing, 50 HP, no first aid kits here. There's 3 bandages left to try and recover some HP. And the flash spam comes through, gonna slow things down. Shinboy cleans it up with the Groza. I think that's just 2 left though for Yahoo.
Belfast's
gonna bleed out. I don't know if they can pick up the other member of. Yeah, they do. They will get it.
Well, they're gonna grab sparking, yeah.
I don't know how close he was to the blue, or to the edge at least. We'll be able to at least stay as 3.
Nice little reset from Yahoo as things were looking dire there for a few moments. They get back up to 3 strong. Zealot, meanwhile, still alive for wild card. Managed to creep in on that northeastern side. Unfortunately, the circle hard shifting away all the way down to the south. And I was talking about it before, that jump, that motorcycle jump area on the roadside, T8, getting that for free. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Zealot? Oh, well, there you go. Nade God with the mini.
He's been hitting some nice shots, man.
You sure has.
We saw the damage on that transitioning vehicle earlier. Speaking of transitioning, BBG, this isn't going to be pretty.
No,
it's so late on. Look at what they have to try and navigate their way around. You have to tank a lot of blue as well. Oh, the love tap from Colton.
Oof. Everything's bad. I mean, they've got 4 funners kind of looking over in this direction as well, just kind of waiting. I mean, 4 funners has nothing else to look at either. I mean, there's just they can just afford to fully focus onto this push from BBG, and they're going to leave a couple behind. It looks like actually Honey Badger. You know, I never thought I'd say that. Honey Badger being the tail man here as the push comes through, but Honey Badger doing the work. We'll find the knock onto Crop, and that's going to open things up for the rest of BBG now as they've found a good position here.
No
Badger.
way.
We'll find Ice as well. Honey Badger from range, devastating.
Actually, it makes it pretty easy for the rest of BBG to clean this up now. Yaxley isolated, McLovin tagged up. That nade looks as if it's going to do a ton of damage onto Yaxley. I even find it here with the drive-by. Yes, he will. Gats. 3 knocked now, McLovin, last man standing. What a push from BBG.
Beautiful stuff from BBG. McLovin will survive as long as the smokes allow. The grenade will bounce a little bit too far, won't find Gats. And now he is just burning away, 15 HP, as McLovin trying to stay alive a little bit longer just to make this more complicated, more difficult for BBG. As I believe, okay, they'll clean him up. Did they lose Honey Badger? They did lose Honey Badger, but
did.
Whoa, I mean, that is as much work as Honey Badger was able to do from that tailing position. That is work for BBG, because that was looking dire.
Absolutely. I mean, there are limited options on the way in from the backside of that rock. Yahoo did fall in the fray as well. See them eliminated. They United an opportunity here to take the reins on the lobby. Definitely not in a comfortable position here. And no real favorable shifts. No likely scenario that they're going to be the benefactors of this next one.
Oh man, I mean, nobody really in a comfortable position here. I mean, I guess Veritas, they have a compound and 2 crates just fell on top of them. So if you want to say anybody's blessed, I guess it's going to be Veritas in this situation, but they're going to have to hover on that northern side of this circle. It's only phase 6, so still a few more shifts to go as you see T8 getting spot out by Train to Go Cater. Land a few shots, won't find the knock just yet though.
PTG, again, this is awkward because they don't have an awful lot to move into either, and no real opportunity to take a clean team fight, especially this late on. Open sight lines, the third party element, very, very prominent here.
Absolutely, and PTG actually getting pressured by gas cans on the other side of the circle. They have a little bit of high ground. Palix will find Vegas as T8 still flexing out from that ramp position, finding some damage. Won't get the flush just yet, but T8, they got some decisions ahead of them. I'm not sure where I guess they could still play this. Veritas has to worry more about United on their north side right now.
Yeah, they do. Pack 8 as well, not really comfortable here, especially with the zone shifting now. Haven't got any pressure along the roadside. They do have the benefit of that ridge, but again, it's who manages to survive on the east and where they can position here. Zenny actually finding both headshots onto Gats and Vegas. Actually, Snakers to steal the one away, J-Sank on the other. Unfortunately, Veritas up to 6 kills now. Actually, the transition perfect from Lobes there. Decent amount of damage. And Show follow up on it.
He's going to flex out, see if he can find him. Finds him on the outside of that smoke. Will win the 1v1 versus Snakers. That AUG doing damage for Show right now. Lobes, grenade in hand, I think knows exactly where Flood is, but won't throw it just yet. Meanwhile, the rest of Veritas trying to come over here and provide some support. Lobe's going to have to reposition as the utility is getting returned right on top of him. Show trying to find it, will find it on the hay bale. Gets the flush and the knock onto Flood. Kickstart now left alone in the smokes, has to leave. Trying to push out. Veritas just holding hard angles here. Show trying to do it all himself here. Has that MK14 in hand. And Kickstart, well, that's just a matter of time. That grenade might be the one to do it. It will. Lobes cleans it up, and Veritas now 3 strong.
Gascan's actually doing God's work for them on the other side of the circle here. Nikos will find an opener here with the nade. Adam fishing as well. Well, that one looks as if it might be good, though. It does indeed. It finds Psycho. Alex now last man up. Attack 8. Actually, no, my mistake. Sorry, there's a second one up. Is that Zenny along the roadside still?
I believe it is. Zenny dancing around a knocked Yabul here. Palix will find the knock onto Adam. And that's Adam's all kind of on an island by himself here. Veritas trying to use this opportunity to make their way across the road. They're going to send Light Show, and he will go down. Nice hold from Greg Shot. And it's actually going to be Nikos that finds the knock onto him, but Show sending it across the road. J-Sank and Loeb still behind in this compound.
9 kills on the board. If they can post anything else, it'll be a massive bonus as Circle has finally pulled away. Gascans just looking at where it lies, or at least where the next circle lies. I'm not sure what they've got to hold on to, but a little bit of a standoff here. 2 for TAC 8, 2 for Gascans, 2 for TTG, and 2 for Veritas.
Duos all the way around here.
Yep.
It's a wingman tournament, baby. Let's go. Zenny, TAC 8, doing a good job. I mean, it was huge being able to get that knock onto Adam and being able to flush it out. That was basically the only thing holding them in from this side of the circle. Veritas, meanwhile, they just got to send it, and they will do so successfully, at least for now. It doesn't look like anybody's in range to drop any grenades on their foreheads. But again, TTG just holding the edge of the circle could be the problem. but the smoke laid down by Lobes will keep that line of sight cut off.
What the plan of attack is for Gascans, you can see a mad send on the minimap here. They're going to try and close the gap towards Veritas. Get themselves within utility range, but not sure about the lethals. With how much they invested towards TAC 8 on the south side of the circle. Big shot again. Want to fill that void. Create a little bit of pressure for Gascans.
He sure is. Doing some damage here too. TTG is just kind of vibing. They're not even getting involved. They just want to be one of the last ones standing here as they wait for the next circle to pop. It does cut over to the west just a little bit. Veritas, that is 3 crates at least that they have gotten. I mean, they had 2 drop on their compound, and now they have 1 drop on their hay bale. So the fact that J-Sank has a busted helmet is somehow beyond me. I'm not sure how he just managed to be the one that kind of drew the short straw, but either way, here you go. You see what Train to Go is their battle plan right there. Prone it out and wait till the end.
Bit of a stalemate. Is this circle going to close through? It should come down to the star. Veritas, I guess TTG the ones to suffer if that's the case. But in my eyes, that they've got to make a move now.
Nobody even looking over in TTG's direction.
Yeah. But really, I mean, if they make a move, they will get spotted out. And actually, Kada going to try and put some damage onto Veritas. But Fihi actually finds Zenny over on the south side.
Lobes tried to go for that wrap onto Greg shot, but Nico's defending him very well here. J-Sank will spot out Cater. He will try to just throw the utility and pray as it's going to land a little bit short. Greg shot and Nico's will clean up Veritas. Damage coming through onto Greg shot, though. The grenades from Fihi not going to land. Palix, though, still alive. Is he going to get the res onto Zenny? He actually does. T8 back up to 2.
Should just be a matter of time. Gascan's using that catalyst as an opportunity to push up onto Veritas. If they can reposition these vehicles, maybe they got a chance to set themselves up for success. Fihi actually hits the prone. I don't know if he's going to lose the level 3 backpack. That could be a a massive indicator of where he's positioned here, but I don't think it's going to come down to it. AK should be able to prevent him from pushing any further, unless Gascan's in a favorable angle here. Yeah, they're drawing a lot of attention with this utility.
You got the smoke walls laid down. Zenny is just looking over there. He's keyed in.
He should spy him.
Yeah, you can see Palix does have grenades still. They are waiting to see if they can spot out any shadows from gas cans. That's going to be a send. Will bounce. Won't do any damage just yet, as Greg shot will spot up. But Greg shot kind of low on ammo here. Only 38 rounds left to play around with. And now Fihi will find Zenny. Palix will find Greg shot, but it's a 1v1v1 as knocks are getting traded everywhere. Fihi cleans up T8, and now it's a 1v1 for the win. Nikos is going to go for the res here on the Greg shot. Fihi has flashbangs just raining him down into the smoke. He will have a little bit of hard cover he can work with here, but Fihi, can he pull off the impossible here for Train to Go? 1v2 versus gas cans. No offensive utility. It's just flashbangs. No helmet either, but gas cans will clean it up. Greg shot will be the one to do it. 14 kills for gas cans.
Wow, what a performance from them. There's a real chance that he closes that one out. Unfortunately, I mean, he makes use of that dead time, right, to reposition. But like you said, it's only flashes. He has no more damage to be done with utility and gas cans. The double swing at the end there, able to fully reset, even get a first aid kit off after the res, and they close things out. A very active game from gas cans from the get-go, and ultimately they deserve that one, Poro.
No, absolutely. There's nothing really you can say about the performance of Gascan's there. I mean, coming in and we talked about it. I mean, this has been Gascan's MO the whole day. It's just these wide splits, gaining a lot of information early on, and then using that and kind of putting themselves in a position to get involved in fights later on in the game. So once again, we see late game Gascans. This time they get the win. Is that two? Or am I tripping? Am I forgetting a win, or is that their first win? I've seen them in late games so many times now. I'm not even sure. Look, you don't even know. You're giving me the question mark face. But that is their first win. Okay, we got confirmation. But oh, he was giving me question mark face because he's frozen. Okay, well that's where we're at right now. But Gascans do clutch out with a 14 kill win. Let's take a look at some highlights from that last game and remind us how we got from all the way back there to all the way here. Spicy Fish once again getting involved in some early game fighting. Veritas clutching it out here as it was very, very close there for a minute. Lobes doing the dirty work there onto Silers. Meanwhile, STK tried to come in from that northern side. Penta doing the most ambitious serpentining of all time. Like he just chugged about 3 Red Bulls, but he couldn't avoid the shots from Punis. They did end up getting that res, but STK ran into their own problems later in the game. We see Gascans in one of their earlier fights. Honey Badger, though, with a fantastic hold there for BBG, trying to get that push into Yoho, or not Yoho rather, but it was for Funners that they end up cleaning up there. But Gascans in the end, a wide open circle, a lot of room to play around with, but end up staying alive and clutching out the 14 kill victory. Well, I am going to throw us to break real quick while we get Hypog back, and when we come back, we will set you up for the final game of the day, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. We are back once again as we get ready to head into game number 6. Finally, though, a victory from Gas Cans, 14 kills to boot. Is that going to be enough to get them into the top of the leaderboard, though, Hypoc? Either way, it's a hell of a performance.
Well, with Yahoo dipping out early and E United picking up some of the slack as well, it's going to be interesting how the overall leaderboard sits, but Veritas having themselves a huge game and much needed as well. We commented on it at the start of the game.
Yeah, no, I mean, it started off with that the fight in Circle 1 against Spicy Fish. They cleaned that up, and they kind of built off of that as they went forward. But really well played by them. In the end, it was just the circle shift away. It was always going to be difficult for them to make their way across there. But and you got to give credit to Train to Go as well. Not only making it to the late game, but they're getting 5 kills to go along with it. 11 points going to be nice for them as far as their overall standings go.
Yeah, well, I'm looking back to again, it's similar concerns though, right? It's another couple of teams sponging up, Veritas being the anomaly there. I mean, you could say Train to Go as well, one that we haven't seen appear too often towards the top. But BBG rounding out the top 5 of at least that previous game. It's similar concerns, right?
Yeah, yeah, and you can't ignore E United again. Only 3 placement points, but 10 kills, 13 points again for them as they do their normal thing, double-digit points, regardless of how the game goes. So we'll see what the overall leaderboard looks like after game number 5. As we are getting ready to go into game number 6, we'll take a look at that overall leaderboard in just a minute. But again, Gas Cans, you know, it seems like they have really kind of found their groove here, at least in day 1.
Yeah, they have. It's good to see them obviously put a win up as well. It's always the cherry on top, right, of a successful day in terms of accruing a load of points. This is, I guess, as well. This is one that Gas Cans have been boiling towards, the way that they're so active in the mid game, and it's that kind of smothering control, right? It looks as if you look at the minimap, you think they're spread so thin they could get easily punished in this position, but this is one they finally get one through across that final hurdle.
Yeah, I mean, I think with that particular play style, right, when you go and take those wide splits, you're really kind of it's a trust thing, right? You're relying on your players, your teammates, to not only do the scouting, do the damage farming that they do, but also play their lives, not give up a free knock and a free flush. And so far, it's been working out pretty darn well for them as they've managed to not only get to the late game, but they keep 4 up super late into the game as well. So and to be doing that with Waikika now, that's, what is this now, 3 months that they've been playing with him. So you know, it just goes to show how well Waikika has slotted into that roster.
Yeah, it is, and these are the things that we really look towards is a team building around, I guess, the new face, or having him be so pivotal in some of these scenarios. I mean, we were talking about in the previous game how effectively he was playing anchor and really enabling Greg Shot to close the distance towards TAC 8 in the late game. And this is a similar situation, right? It looks as if that's kind of the ethos for them in terms of how they like to set up.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they're playing with a team chemistry of a team that's been playing together for years, and it's only been a couple of months, so that should be pretty terrifying for everybody else in the lobby. Meanwhile, E United once again double-digit points despite not making to the end of the end game. E United still feels like they're hitting the ground running here in PCS6.
Yeah, it does. It's it doesn't feel as dominant, but this is also you got to take it with a pinch of salt. It being obviously the regional playoffs, and there are certain elements here, or variables, I guess, that are more prominent than when we get towards the final stages of PCS.
Yeah, I mean, look, even still, just the fact that they're finding so much success in these regional playoffs when they're expected to find success in the regional playoffs. You know, there's so many times that we see teams that we expect them to just kind of stomp on everybody, and they don't. They delivered good performances, but they don't necessarily deliver on that level of dominance that maybe we were expecting. United so far seems like they're doing pretty damn good, but we are getting ready to head into game number 6 to wrap up this first day of play. Are we going to see another unique game winner? Are we gonna have 6 different winners today, Pac?
Maybe. Honestly, I mean, it's now's the time
Feels
for anybody else to show their hand. if they've got something bubbling away here. I'm just praying again. This is an awkward circle for things to end up on. It's another one that ultimately, I think it is the victim of some of these teams that are willing to be more active. Just thinking back to that BBG play as well, man. It was beautifully done to get in, but this is the sort of things, the awkward part of the map where there's not an awful lot in terms of compounds or anything really to stall out the mid game. Where some of these top dogs are really going to excel. That experience shines through.
Yeah, I mean, I think throughout today we've seen numerous examples of just really high level meta, really high level team play coming out from a lot of these teams. Not to mention just the fantastic, outstanding individual performances that we've been seeing on the part of a number of different players. I mean, this is where the superstars come out to play, right? This is where you got to start stepping up, is in these PCS6 games, PCS games in general. And so far, it has been delivering. Well, we've got one game left to go, and we are glad that you are here to join us for it as we wrap up this first day of play. Miramar is going to be the setting. Will we see our 6th individual winner here today? Hypaka, you think that maybe we will? I'm going to go with you as well. I think we might see another unique winner here. I don't think we're going to see a 2-game winner here today.
Are you bold enough to predict it?
I'm bold enough. I'll predict it right off.
Who is it then? Who's it
going to be? I mean, why you got to put me on blast like that?
I mean, you're bold enough to predict it. You must know who it's going to be.
Do I know who it's going to be? I have no idea who's going to be.
Any sort of inkling, no?
It feels like it could be anybody, man. Look, TAC 8 got a win today.
Well, pick a side. Pick a side, man.
All right. You know what? Who's it going to be? It's going to be. Give me wild card. I think wild card.
Wow.
Got it.
Okay.
Well, you don't think? You don't believe me?
I can one up you. It's Spicy Fish.
Spicy Fish?
Yep.
Look, Spicy Fish has been trying to get involved early and often, trying to get some points, man. Maybe this
is
will
the
be
one,
time
man.
with the snowball.
The one.
This is where the snowball starts rolling.
The momentum is building. The Spicy Fish.
Well, it would suck to have your snowball start rolling in the last game of the day, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would actually.
It would not be. Like you start feeling like, all right, now we really got it. We really got it ready to go, and now we got to wait till tomorrow. Or I don't even know. Does Spicy Fish play tomorrow, or they play this Sunday again? I forgot.
Spicy Fish are Group A, so tomorrow we have B and C, right?
I believe so. Yeah. Or is tomorrow? I think tomorrow's A and C. Maybe. Who knows? Who could possibly know? I'd have to go all the way back to the beginning. If I don't have it shown directly in front of my face, I'm not gonna remember. But it's
wow.
What I can tell you,
It's a wild card circle, man.
It's a wild card circle.
Who'd have thought?
Who'd have thought? Well, I'd have thought. That's who would have thought. Poonage will get spotted out and flushed out by Flood early on. So that's Yahoo. After building that big old lead, they're now playing this last game with 3. So maybe a little bit of an opportunity here for some teams to play a little bit of catch up here, as Yahoo seen their lead kind of dwindle away. They're now in 3rd.
To get a kill point on the board early as well. Just look at it, just scan it down. Actually, I mean, a wildcard win could actually turn this one
telling you, man,
upside down. Yeah, it really
sleeping.
Yeah, no, I know. We saw the circle. Yeah, just tell them that color is fucking cancer. And if we
Sleeping on wild card. Well, they're sitting in 6th place overall, 30 points. They've been looking pretty good, I think. Now, if we can get them to late game once again and get them in a good position to maybe do a little farming on the edges, it could be dangerous. And you know what? They've got dead center zone, so they've got free path.
It'll be a slow early
to the
game
high ground. Yeah, it'll be a slow early game. But can they defend their area? That's the question.
It's again a part of the map that is pretty ugly if you come in late. So expect teams in the next 60 seconds or so to start making moves, at least the teams we know, to opt towards that earlier rotation. Again, lots of teams to make their way in. With this playing path as well, it does favor towards the center, at least, to make it difficult. In terms of congestion, And with the plane path, it's that south wrap just becomes harder and harder.
Yeah, it sure does. And I mean, you're looking at teams that are the farthest away from the zone right now. I mean, it's all teams that really kind of need to have things go their way. I mean, you got Dragon, Snow Patrol, Dynamic, all the way up in the northwest or northeast rather. This is going to be a hard rotation for them. TTG, even on the east coast. I mean, all difficult reps. Meanwhile, STK didn't drop Hasi. They actually dropped down towards the south. So they actually have a nice little priority on some of these high ground positions that we see so many teams like to take early in the circles such as these.
Pacifish already, I mean, at least 2 of them in a vehicle, ready to make moves.
A little split.
Yeah. So this is just to try and pad out the vehicle situation here, but got to be cautious of BBG being split in their loot phase. And they've already shown us that they're not afraid of getting on the board early.
Man, I'm so nervous for these fish, man. It just seems like they have just been running into trouble early game all day long. This time they narrowly avoid it with BBG, but again, big split. I mean, you got the Fat Caps and Silers. They're still like north of Los Leones, or they just left Los Leones. So as they come in, BBG is hearing the vehicle of the first duo that made their way and starting to reposition around that, and now that's kind of closing off the gate that Spicy Fish may the trailing duo for Spicy Fish may have had.
Yeah, it's I mean, if they go unnoted for any longer, it could become a problem. I mean, For Funners, sorry, BBG, my mistake. Like I said, they are still split in their loot phase, so how aware they are of their surroundings is the other thing to consider, but we'll see if anything comes of it. Veritas already got themselves set up pretty far into this circle in relatively strong position as well. Going to send Light Show and J-Sank actually down into town. And actually, yeah, seeing this makes me think that BBG might be a little bit aware. Well, now they definitely are.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's going to spite out Icy Flex, Colton. Not pulling out the DMR here. Actually, just keeping an eye on him with the M4, I guess. Just feeding that information over to the rest of the team. Meanwhile, that kill feed, that's a 3-team fight in El Azahar. Way off in space. As it looks like Snow Patrol and Dragon maybe ran into each other. Looks like actually Dynamic going to avoid it. But meanwhile, BBG trying to reposition here. See if they can figure out exactly where all the Spicy Fish boys are. Looks like Spicy Fish, they're going to actually be able to get out of this. So that is good news for Spicy Fish fans.
The fact that Colton's spraying with the M4, I'm not even sure if he has the DMR.
Yeah, I don't think he does.
To be honest.
I thought I saw him whip one out, but I guess it might just be the M4. But Zray doing a little long-range target practice here. On to For Funners. As we said, wildcard, they did loot up in Valle, and now they had their prio onto pretty much anywhere they wanted to play, and this is exactly where I would have expected them to go. At least send 2 up there, as they've got Maji and T-Sock spread down towards the south, just kind of keeping an eye onto who might be coming their direction. Now, Maji does need to be careful. STK starting to creep down in that direction.
Let's say, actually, a south wrap. Now, with TAC 8 set up in this position, makes it treacherous for
Jeez, this TAC
some of these latecomers. I mean, it depends how late they decide to stay at the crossroads, but certainly TTG, I mean, situated just outside the circle, they will get first dibs on anybody fully committing to that south road. I mean, it's Snow Patrol, Dynamic, and Dragon. Ones we've got to keep our eye on. Dynamic already look as if they're making their way inland, so maybe won't even be a problem.
Could be nothing. Could be a problem. Right now, it's a problem for TTG, as TTG's kind of hanging out on that roadside just off to the east of T8. Meanwhile, Gas Cans, they're our westernmost team playing on the hillside, spreading out as we have become accustomed to seeing them do. And they have just so much to work with here on this high ground off to the west. Nobody really near them. Dodge the closest, but they're down in the valley. So this could just be gas cans setting themselves. If they get a couple of favorable circle shifts in there going their way, this could be huge.
Good, Adam. Again, just scoping out the lay of the land. Not really much for him to look at here.
Yeah.
But again, some valuable information, at least over on the west side of Valdemar. They need to make that cross later on. United trying to make moves as well, doing a little bit of leapfrogging. Coming pretty late here, actually. It's past the 9-minute mark. Snakers will spot one member of 4 Funners out as we hop over to Yahoo in transition here.
It's basically a lot of teams trying to come in late and see if they could test the waters, see how deep into this circle they can get. And fortunately, with these valleys, these roads, a lot of rotations are available. But you do have to be careful here. Is he actually starting to take some damage, or well, shots at least, damage now from Hooligan? Lethal Association doing the most that they can. Oh my goodness!
No way.
No shot. Hypoc, I have been wanting this for so long.
I mean, I didn't.
So long.
It's not been that long since I've had one.
I don't think I ever. I've had a couple that end around Los Higos, but this sucker is dead on. Prison Minas del Sur. We are going to the Drumstick Island, as Cam likes to call it, and that means that we are going to see a lot of violence and a lot of bloodshed here, as gas cans already have positioned themselves to do a bridge camp.
Get there pretty early as well. They'll punish Nerf initially. Oh no, if this is just a blind send, they've taken some damage on the way through. LA might even just send it through. They're going to.
Nikos with the grenade. They're going to try to send it. Nikos will find Grant Lannis. They continue to push through now. Hikerman going to take shots from the backside. Look at that. Waikikamuka will find Finna. Gas cans are just feasting right now off of all the teams that are just dry sending it across this bridge. Another one for Nikos as Hooligan goes down. I think 2 made it through from that crash from LA.
Yeah, actually, what's the plan here for Dodge? Because they've seen all this and there's no way they try and send it now. Actually, lots of damage coming onto Adam. Got to pull up and try and find a med here. As elsewhere, Built by Gamers got their own little bridge camp set up. Kind's just going to roll off the edge of the rock.
Everything is happening everywhere as STK will pull 2 off of team TAC 8 as TAC 8 try to make their way across. STK already set up in Los Higos here as now gas cans decide to push in to try to see if they can take out what's left of Lethal Association. Nikos gets knocked low, but immediately, what a flick on a sociopath. That was disgusting.
We'll punish that window peak. Just one member left to find. Enlan disconnected a little bit, but it was a desperation send. I'm really surprised by that. And yeah, he's just going to tuck his tail, head out the other side of the compound, and try and ride this one out solo.
All you can do, really. I mean, at this point, if you can keep one alive, if you got one that made it across, that's huge. As Dodge now going to try to send it over. Waikikamuka will take the shots through. Grenade coming from Nikos won't land as Nikos trying to hold strong here. Cherry going to take some damage. Dodge somehow threading the needle and avoiding all of this damage from gas cans. They somehow make it through.
Not entirely sure. I mean, a little bit of a distraction there. Nikos still going to find another one. Nikos, man. Just on
5
one
kills,
this game.
bro. 5
In a matter of what, 90
kills.
seconds.
Unbelievable stuff from Nikos. He's hot dropping Shroud right now. Like this guy's absolutely nuts. Enland will survive, and gas cans will remain in the bridge camp with 4 up. But everybody on the north side should know what's up at this point. We'll see how they decide to play it out. Not everybody electing to come over here just yet either.
Oh, no. Dragon.
Welcome to the circle, Dragon.
Well, you're not even in it yet.
Oh yeah, they sure aren't. This is about as close as they've been all game, though. But BBG already set and ready to go. Vegas will hold the hard angle here. Flax hasn't decided to peek just yet, but when he does, he will get a rude surprise. As the new circle does pop, it is going to center up primarily on the island. The bridge, though, still in play.
that's 100% going south now. Seeing this one. The gas can's in the money spot right here. Lemon Squeezy actually going to get knocked by the blue. He drops a nade. Flax will suffer for it. I think it's just a matter of time now.
Yeah, the wrap coming in from Gats. Shirky going to try to heal up, but if Gats has got his eyes on, he should spot him out. And the push coming through. There it is. Done and dusted. 3 kills picked up for BBG, but now they got to make their way into this next zone. And they've got 4 up. Where's the 4th? Okay, they're all 4 on top of each other. But they can still stay on the mainland should they so decide. But if they do kind of decide to cross that bridge and make their way through Los Higos, it is Danger Town down there. You've got TTG, you've got STK. Now Spicy Fish have swam their way across. Meanwhile, Yahoo having to deal with what's left in the city in Miramar. It's building between building and building, walls and walls. Right now, 4 funners. Gonna start off. I think they got the knock on a J-Sank.
Yeah, I think so. Shimboy, the last one up for Yahoo. They suffered some casualties once again, so looking like not going to be able to get much done in the final game of the day. Look at the minimap, though. It's just... And it only gets worse as time goes on here. There's only really a minute left on this, but nothing comfortable to hold on to on the north side of the bridge anymore.
Not at all. And the other problem here is, I mean, you've got gas cans that have that bridge cam. I mean, they can afford to just kind of free farm damage and free peek this up to the north. Nobody really pressuring their position. Nobody really getting close as Shimboy will try to hop in the vehicle, but he's going to find E United sending it right down the road. He will avoid them for the time being, but E United going to pull right into 4 funners. Relo will find Ice. Can he get 2? Sure he can. He'll get Crop as well. Yaxley will find him in the end, but 4 funners have lost 2, and now E United pushing in to get more kills here.
Flood actually trying to deal with Shimboy. Reload will be confirmed. Again, just so much damage coming onto United now. Snake is full. Flood, last man standing. We'll get the consolation onto Shimboy, but not much else to do here for him. Snow Patrol still... I mean, hanging on to this. I don't know what the next step of the plan is. BBG now on a mad send past Higos, and STK set up with a trap.
Oh, they're perfectly set up here. STK has been feeding off of this already. They've managed to collect a nice couple of kills for themselves. Vegas now the last one up, and just like that, STK cleans it up all in the pocket of Purdy Curdy.
4 kills on the back of that. I mean, it's desperation times for BBG. Have to try and find something, but yeah, STK set up on the roadside. And 6 kills now. A really good buffer in an awkward circle, which you know is going to slow down at some point. There's been so many players full here. 31 alive. Still 11 teams. The bloodshed everywhere.
Rough stuff for sure. As the other duo from STK, Alo and Luke 12, looking off to the north. You're going to spot out a lot of very low members of Spicy Fish. Luke 12 is just getting the freest damage of his life as Pat Caps is the last one up for SF. Looks like he's going to avoid the shots for now, but not for long. Stello, the snake in the grass, will get 1 and immediately gets traded back, but that's 9 kills now for STK.
They freed up a lot of space to work with here, which is crucial in a weird circle like this. And they're going to have to send out some fact finders here. Not even really sure as Wildcat. No way Zello actually climbed this. Is there a way to climb that rock?
There must be.
I mean, there must be. Raven's giving it a go.
Yeah. I mean, Zealot got over here somehow. He was the first one to send it. He, little Skyrim jumping his way up there. Flood still alive for United.
Not for long.
That zone is hurting pretty bad here. He's going to hop into the buggy. Yeah, it doesn't feel great, does it? Oh, there goes Cobalt. Meanwhile, TAC A, it looks like they spotted out STK. Palix will do some big damage on Purdy Curdy. And Palix is Psycho, I think the last two up for T8 here. And Kurt going to have to drop down the smoke to keep himself safe. Ooh, Flood made it into the zone. Or he actually made it into out of the blue at least. He's still got to cross the water. Everything's bad for Flood right now.
Yep, yep.
Oh no.
Oh, Penta. Cruel man.
Absolute savage. I mean, shoot to kill. The fact that they were able to get over to that island early, that has been paying off huge dividends. Send it.
I think Flood makes this. Yeah, go on.
Send it. Easy.
It looked pretty pathetic on the ramp over there.
Yeah.
That was an anti-climax.
It was.
And Penta's going to get another water kill.
Oh, no. Yeah, he's got eyes on him, too, doesn't he? Oh, yeah, he's pulling away, actually. Okay. Well, Flood has a little bit more of a problem, though.
He must have seen the buggy flying through.
I mean, it wasn't very... it wasn't very secretive.
Yeah.
It wasn't the sneakiest of pushes there, but Flood staying alive right now. I mean, Zray can't spot him. Penta can't spot him. They've all lost him. So Flood still alive here for E United. Mitch for Snow Patrol also still alive on that water. But the blue is starting to rapidly approach here.
Zray, I guess, had a better idea of where Flood ended up, but lost track of him in the water there. This is the point here where, I mean, Zella up at the compound. Raven just desperate to try and find some consolation out of a terrible situation with this circle, but nothing on the board just yet.
You had to hear him, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, he did. Oh, Flood. Oh, you tried, buddy.
Hey, he got further than I thought he would.
I know. I mean, respect. He actually put his feet on solid ground again. So way more than I thought he was going to be able to do. Mitch, meanwhile, he's kind of in the same boat here, without a boat, trying to come up out of the water. But I don't think any of Wildcard expected him, and neither did STK. So they've all pulled away from holding that cliff line along the side of the water there. So Mitch might actually be able to get in here. Dodge, meanwhile, Cherry, the sneakiest mountain goat. You ever just throw a smoke wall for yourself and then just drive through it before the smoke even blows?
Yeah. Just illusion 100.
They get away with it.
Yeah.
So, you know, no harm, no foul. The smoke wall was there. May not have completely bloomed just yet, but STK will take that high ground. They have that whole south side to themselves. They got a pretty good idea of where T8 and Wildcard are. Everybody knows where Gas Cans is. And then you got Mitch. Mitch trying to make his way up the side of the ravine here. And Dynamic 3-up with the high ground coming out of prison.
How long does Mitch last? I mean, he's desperately looking for a way to Sherpa his way up.
He's like, I know that it's possible. I know it's possible. I see the boxes. I know Wildcard did this. Jeremy was just AFK eating tacos right now. Oh, maybe not. He heard the footsteps. Lister getting a little bit close. If you're Cherry, do you take these shots? If you see Lister, knowing that there's the rest of his team is right above him?
No. I mean, at this point, like I said, 0 kills on the board. The more likely scenario is snaking through a little bit of placement. Sheesh. I mean, if Dynamic push all the way towards Gas Cans, but...
Well, they might have to. Gas Cans already making their way over here. Actually, okay, Vixus will take a few shots and put that on hold. STK, they're trying to make their way over towards TAC 8, it looks like here. They know exactly where they are. They're just kind of keeping this high ground, looking to see if TAC 8 just peaks an angle at the opportune time. Alo has been on fire today. Only 1 kill in the bag so far for him, but 10 for STK on a hole, and now it's just a hard push in. STK just done waiting for this to come as Psycho will go down.
Video actually drops a nade, will knock Penta and flush himself. Palex now, last one up for Tac 8. That Grozer in hand, so potential to do some damage here. A little late with the incendiary, actually. It's even going to find anything on the inside. Actually, the second one does. The second one finds a ton of damage.
He didn't. SDK wasn't reading it, and I think they just had it smoked off as they were trying to go for the res onto Penta, and they end up taking a bunch of Molotov damage there. Palex down to 50 HP. Looks like they will get the res back onto Penta. Palex going to go for the reposition, but as he said, that Groza in hand is scary, to say the least. SDK going to put things on pause real quick. They got Penta up, and now Kurt and Alo going to make the push and see if they can spot out Palex. They don't want to take the risk of giving up an off angle here, getting third partied. So I'll let Palex survive for the time being.
See what his next move is, to be honest, because
I'm not sure.
there was a window of opportunity to really punish SDK on the res, but again, a little late with the incendiary, and unfortunately, the second knock not really amounting to anything. Buying himself a little more time, but with the way this is panning out, 12 alive, I don't think it's likely we see another team fall here, unless gas cans roll over dynamic. Lister, there they go. Snake in the grass, and he's spotted out pretty quickly. So Palex will pick himself up another placement point and find himself in the top 4. Wildcard's still on to win, man. Maybe.
I'm telling you. I told you. What did we say? I called it at the beginning. I'm actually not sure what happened to Dynamic there. I'm not sure if it was the gas cans push or if it was a combination of gas cans and remember we had the solo of Cherry there, and Penta will get his vengeance. Gets Palex down again, but Palex finds pretty Curdy. So SDK, despite the fact that they're sitting on a bunch of kills right now, they are pretty beaten up, as most of them have taken at least one knock here at some point.
Gas cans, see in the background, trying to make their way uphill.
Oh, look at that shift.
This is a big shift for gas cans. And again, they're going to repeat same game plan. They spread wide across this circle. Already the pressure coming in onto SDK and Wildcard, I mean, all but eliminated positionally, at least from this circle now.
Oh, Zealot. Be huge if he could land one of those. Look at Luke 12, actually. 4 gas cans was able to flex out far enough to put the damage into the rest of Shoot to Kill. Luke 12 already had managed to sneak away, so he's got a pretty dirty flank position here that gas cans may not be expecting. Shoot to Kill keeping eyes on Wildcard for the time being, as waiting to see if maybe Luke can open things up on the gas cans. Looks like Zealot tried to make his way across the road. Penta gonna spot him out though. Nice mini shots coming through. Zealot with that car 9, trying to see if he can get something here. Nothing's landing though. He gets knocked very, very low. Penta will find the last shot. That'll be Zealot going down. Raven staying alive just behind the rock. Has a few smokes going for his as well, but oh, he stays alive. How?
Actually, Waikiki Kamuka are going to find Luke 12 on the other side. We did talk about him being a little disconnected on the extremity for SDK. And he's punished for it. Yeah,
could have been big flank for Luke, but unfortunately the blue forcing his hand a little bit earlier than he would have liked, as Shoot to Kill, the rest of Shoot to Kill is kind of focused in here on Wildcard. They got to clean this up. I mean, this is the easy, the easier of the 2 fights to take.
Blue going to become a factor here, as you can see, forcing Penta further forward. Alo and Kurt should be able to close this kill out on Zray fairly easily. Already the damage coming through the sight lines, favoring gas cans now. 4 strong, the man advantage here. But not for long if Waikiki Mukau falls. Just breaks line of sight.
Oh, you got Greg shot on that north side here. You can see the angle he's got is forcing SDK to move around a little bit. They will get the knock and the flush onto Penta. 15 kills now. Just like that, it's done. Gas cans back-to-back victories. 16 kills this time around.
A beautiful game as well. I mean, you can see immediately how active they look to get on that bridge. They get some kills up nice and early. They actually relieve a lot of pressure. All the teams looking to make their way into that side of the circle, and that ends up paying dividends for them. They're able to, like I said, repeat the same game plan. They spread so thin in the late game, but able to convert that into total zone control.
I mean, it was just a fantastic performance for them, but you could see just early on, as you were saying, I mean, this is one of those games where the circle behaves in a very wild way, going in a place where nobody's really expecting to, but Gascans, that spread, that wide split, the information gathering that they do in the early game, in the first part of the circle, they were in a perfect position to respond to that hard shift. And from right from the start of that hard shift, that circle shift, that second circle shift that went down to the island, Gascans was in a perfect position just to feed off of that.
Yeah, they were. You got to give credit where credit's due. When that's the game plan, you can see it so visibly in some of these games, and it ultimately looks pretty easy for them. Honestly, I mean, Nico's had an individual performance there to be noted. He's one that the often doesn't get talked about, right? In terms of this team, it's for me at least, you look towards Greg to be sometimes that frontline highlight player, but Nico's delivering here, man.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the highlights from that last game of the day. Just to remind you about probably one of the more wild circles I've seen in quite some time. You said you've seen it recently, but man, it's been a long time since I've seen one go down to that island.
Yeah, I think me and Cammy had one. I'm pretty sure. At least I'm thinking back. I'm pretty sure it was solid, but it was over to the crossroads on the east side. But that's a conversation for another time. United here again. This was Relo opens this up with two fantastic knocks out of the vehicle, but ended up falling there, or at least Flood able to survive here. And Spicy Fish, my prediction. Look at this. Look at this.
Just ripped to absolute shreds.
Freebies.
Yeah, yep. And you know what? I mean, we obviously talked about Gascans for great reason, but Shoot to Kill, another fantastic game from them. A bunch of kills picked up here as they just kind of made their way across to the eastern side of that island early on, and were able to clean up everything after that point.
Yeah, well, it's again, they get down, they get themselves set up in what's pretty typical for STK, right? It's a rotation trap, and wow,
God,
look
30.
at that. Look at that.
Jeez.
I mean, it's 20 points for Shoot to Kill, 26 for Gascans, and the next closest is 6 for E United. I mean, you kind of expected with a weird and wonderful circle like that, but
Yeah.
Two massive sponges, but one from Group A, one from Group B, and this is something we've talked about a few times here. It just makes it so difficult for some of these teams desperately scrambling to make up any sort of distance on the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, when you get 30 kills going over to two teams, that is just insane. All right, and as a result, at the end of day one, that's what your leaderboard is looking. 93.
Look at that.
93 points for Gascans. What a show.
Yeah, massive day from them. And again, it's tough here. I mean, you look at just who's sitting outside the top 6, at least after day one. It's kind of crazy to see, actually, even down at 10th place and 9th place even, it's 21 points and below. So this is what I was talking about, the worse and worse it gets with some of these teams sponging up these points.
I mean, it's starting to spiral out of control a little bit, and it's only one day in. I mean, we still got 2 days left to play, so 6 more games for all the teams in this lobby. But man, you just, like you said, the drop off from the top 5 teams to even just wildcard. I mean, wildcard had a great day, 36 points, but the fact that everybody else is so far ahead, it almost makes it feel like it's
worth nothing. Yeah, it's going to be tough for some of these teams to play catch up already after day one.
Well, I mean, if nothing else, they know what they have to do, right? The game plan is very much set in stone from the word go. Coming in is you've got to go out and get kills. You got to get as many points as you possibly can, and take advantage of every opportunity that you got to try to third party, fourth party onto these teams, because otherwise these guys, the ones at the top, clearly are just going to keep collecting more points and more points for themselves. So if you want to try to even catch up to be in that top 8, or to try to make your way on, to be in the top 6 rather, to get to the grand finals, top 6 is going to be brutal, man.
It is, and it's the usual suspects. I mean, we were talking about at the start of the day. Once they get the wind in their sails, they can just resort to this kind of deathmatchy, play very fast and loose, take more risks in the mid game. This is the byproduct of that. So it's tough for some of these other teams that are looking to really contend that top 6.
Well, we've got a recap of the entire day to kind of take a look at to see how we got all the way here. And keep in mind, Hopok, this is only 2 of our groups. We've still got a whole nother group that hasn't played, and that group includes Sonics.
Yeah, and ultimately the way these have played out, I think this is something that's going to suit them if they can return to kind of that comfort zone, which I don't say was absent, but definitely it was difficult to really grasp in ESL Masters. The way these are playing out, those are Sonic style games, right? Those are the ones where they do tend to excel.
And we saw some wild circles on Erangel. We started off with military before heading over towards the northwest and seeing a Everest field ending with shoot to kill. I mean, it was a 2v4, but it felt like shoot to kill was in control the whole time. And then honestly, all day long, it's felt like shoot to kill is very much in control of their own destiny.
Yeah, it is. It's good to see them kind of go back to this kill heavy. And we talked about, obviously, that interviewer come back to with paying too much respect. And a day like today is something to look back as an SDK fan and be happy that they found, I guess, their previous comfort in the point format.
And we saw then switching over to Miramar, where we saw even more early game fighting here as the hard shifts just kind of ruled the day, as in a way that they've kind of been having a lot of influence on a lot of our games. I mean, we're seeing, again, this is down to our top 2 teams. It's only phase 8. I mean, we're seeing so much early game and mid game action that the late game is kind of becoming almost academic as teams are just kind of figuring out where the circles are going to go and how to play around these whatever utility anybody's got left.
It is, and it's tough for it's a trial by fire for some of these teams that have made it through the opens. They get here to the regional playoffs, and it's almost a total shift in terms of the meta for this lobby, particularly how it went today, right?
Yeah.
It's really, really heartbreaking. Again, we were looking for some opens teams to maybe make an impact here. I don't think we've really got a strong case, if any, to back that up, to be honest.
Well, I mean, it's not even anything having to do with themselves. It's just that our
absolutely
yeah,
not.
like our heavy hitters are just coming in here hitting heavy from the word go, and we didn't really see that as much in ESL. We saw a little bit more knocking the rust off. Everybody was kind of right on top of each other, playing around the same area after the first couple of days. But now it seems like all the rust is off. All the big hitters are hitting hard right out of the gate, and I mean, that's bad news if you find yourself in a position where you got to play catch up.
Yeah, it really is. Seeing the end of this again, just that spread early on, it's moving kind of a circle ahead of when you need to. That's really what's kind of separated gas cans tonight. At least when you have your eyes glued to the mini map and really see the movement that's occurring.
Yeah, and I mean, look, this is kind of the gas cans I think we've been expecting to see for quite some time, right? As soon as we got the news that the Waikika Mukau trade, that they've signed him, picked him up, it almost felt like, everyone, all of us in North America were looking like, that's gonna be a disgusting team. Like, they are gonna be nasty. And we saw moments of it during ESL, but I think today is the first time we've really seen how devastating that roster really can be.
Yeah, I mean, if they can maintain this, it is definitely a name to throw into the top contenders here in Americas.
Well, that is going to do it for us here today as far as the games go, but don't go anywhere. I'm going to say goodbye to Hypoc right now. Thank you, buddy, for joining me on the cast.
Thank
you
you
for being here with us. But when we come back, we're going to have an interview with a player who shall be named. I'm going to leave it as a surprise. I don't want to let y'all know who's going to be, but we got an interview that we're going to let you come in and check out here as when we come back. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
you doing?
Hello, everybody. We are back once again, and I've got an interview with Vegas from Built by Gamers. Vegas, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. You know what? I'm really proud of you for it. You've cleaned it up tremendously. I mean, it
Proud of
looks
me?
great. Your setup looks great. I'm very proud of you.
You're not gonna rip on me from my grandma couch anymore? Okay.
No,
Well, that's very kind
That's
of
what I wanted. I knew you had it in you. I know you had it. I just had you set it back up.
Well, thank you, sir, and I appreciate your compliments. But we got to throw a little compliment over to you guys. Top 5 after the first day. You obviously bringing in Gats now. The addition of Gats. How has that affected you guys here today?
Gats is someone that we've basically like known we're playing with whenever he turns 18 for a very long period of time. I've been playing with him every day for like 4 months now. So him, I'm very comfortable with. I'm very comfortable with Gats. Colton was actually a new pickup for us. That was like probably 4 or 5 days ago. We played with Colton for we started playing Colton for the first time. Gats and Colton are both just turning 18. So they're both, today was Gats's very first day in a PUBG official tournament. And I think he smashed it. I want to give a shout out to Gats first day. He's a really great player. Colton as well, just brought him onto the team 4 or 5 days ago and he performed well. So I'm really happy to be playing with these younger players. I think they have a lot of potential. And I hope today they proved themselves a little bit. I think they'll keep it up.
Well, I'd have to agree with you, man. Gats definitely looked fantastic here today. Colton as well. I mean, one point in particular, one that we were talking about, and I think it was game 5. You had Honey Badger kind of holding from distance while you guys were pushing on 4 funners, and you guys just kind of took care of him free and easy. I mean, is that the kind of comms that we kind of expect from BBG going forward?
Yeah, our comms are, I think, one of our biggest strong suits. I think we have really clear, concise communication. I think that the players we have on the team, since me, Badger, and Gats have a core 3, have been working on stuff very seriously. Even when we played with Hikerman and Balefrost, Gats was in our call daily during our after our games and everything. Like Gats was always a part of it. So Gats was easy. Our team felt more smooth playing with Gats as a new player than it did before. Colton, he was on Nootropic, as you know, in ESL, and I think he is an insanely good player. I think he's on the newer side. He didn't really play as long as the rest of us. He just needs like a good core team to fill him in the loop of the stuff he's inexperienced on. And I think we do a really good job. I think me, Honey Badger, and Gats do a really good job of keying him into spots we know he's comfortable in, and he's impressed us so far. We knew he had it in him, and I think we're helping him out a lot. Our comms are really impressive. I would say I really like playing our play style at the moment.
Well, the games, the circles didn't really give you a whole lot of time to figure things out either. It was a pretty wild and wonderful day, but you guys found some success and still in the top 5. Hopefully you can add on to that as the rest of the days progress. But thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on your performance here today.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, bro.
All right. Well, that is going to do it for us here today. Now, we want to remind you that we will be back here tomorrow at the same time. 2 more groups to play, as I believe tomorrow is going to be A and C, if I'm not mistaken. So make sure that you're here once again to join us for that. But that is going to do it for us here today. For me, Porosaurus, for Hypoc, who has already left us. Thank you for joining us, and make sure you're back here tomorrow to watch the next set of games. But for now, have a good night. Shoot to Kill look like they are primed and ready to welcome Dynamic to this lobby. They'll find the opening knock on the Kynes. Mitchie Boy is by himself here in that compound. It looks like they'll find one, but he's going to be pushed here, and Mitch will hold the line. Snow Patrol with 3 kills.
Top Alex will find another knock here. BBG folding under the pressure of Tactical 8.
Alex, the raid boss. They will find one. Can they find the second? As the Molotov will come through. Ice is on fire. For Funners is out.
It slows them down, like I said. And
that could be big.
What?
Oh!
No way.
So it looks like Snow Patrol might be able to get that res. And, well, of course, I had to open my big stupid mouth.
Yep. Yeah, here it is.
Here it is. Oh, this got to be this one. Look at this. From downtown. Is that is
some frantic zigzagging going on right there.
Hope's gonna have to reposition as the utility is getting returned right on top of him. Show trying to find it, will find it. Look at that. White Kikamukau will find Finna. Gas cans are just feasting right now off of all the teams that are just dry sending it across this bridge. Another one for Nikos. Oh no.
Oh, Penta. Oh man.
Absolute savage. A great shot on that north side here. You can see the angle he's got is forcing SDK to move around a little bit. They will get the knock and the flush onto Penta. 15 kills now. Just like that, it's done. Gas cans back-to-back victories